Well, hello, everybody, and goodbye. All right, how you doing today? You having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Hi and bye. What? You know, there's just some of those days, chat. You ever have one of those days where you don't want to wake up? Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. You don't know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. That's not the song we played in today's weather, by the way. Today we did Dance on Fire, Retribution by Rainbow Dragon Eyes. And D-A-N-C-E, Dance, by Justice. That's a good song. I'm not sure if I would say it was good. I think if I heard it as an adult, I would not really vibe with it nearly as well. But as a kid, it just had the right amount of like, to get like stuck into my head. I have a kidney infection, so I'm having neither a good nor a fun time. I'm sorry to hear. I hope things get better for you. I'd like the funny streamer man back. Well, I mean, I'm back. I'm not sure if I'm the funny streamer man, but I am the streamer man. Come, Mr. Streamer Man, stream about bananas. Daylight come and me one go home. More dueling. I got off work early, so I'm having a good fun time. Hey, that's good to hear. Nan her stream when? I actually don't like bananas. I don't eat fruits, chat. I'm weird. Ugh. And yeah, this is, you know what, I might as well get it out of the way. While we're still at the beginning, while there's not a lot of people here. Because it's one of those things that is going to bother me all day, because it's been bothering me all day. And sometimes it's better to share your woes with people and get it out, you know, before. It's better to say things out loud than to just have them boil inside you. And, you know, for those of you who did come here for a little escapist entertainment, we are entering the politics zone. I am talking about some real shit. Because despite how crazy politics has gotten over the last 2 years, like, the shit that happened today is just a whole nother thing. The internet just keeps it there. Yeah, let me, real quick, I think I got the window capture, yeah. A fucking truth or skeet or whatever, it's a tweet. It's a tweet on another website from Donald Trump, which he uses to put out official United States memos. But it's very worrying, chat. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the people of Iran. Truth Social. This is increasing rhetoric from something we already know about. This is... And if you don't know, to be fair, some of this is not necessarily obvious, but if you somehow didn't know we're at war with Iran, it's not technically a war because the president can't declare war. But we're bombing a whole lot of stuff, and it looks like we're planning to invade them. So, you know, if it looks like a war and feels like a war and has all the properties of a war, he's just illegally declared a war. And one of the big problems, one of the things I've been saying from the start is that, like, he clearly has no, he and Pete Hegseth, who's the leader of the Department of War, basically in charge of the troops, they have shown that they do not care about human life. You know, from the very beginning, even when it was just Venezuela, they were like, oh, those boats might have drug traffickers on them? Fucking bomb them. Annihilate them. Who cares? They're just people. Yeah, maybe we could have captured them and gotten information. Maybe we could have stopped them non-violently, but they just do not care about human life. They do not think that life has any inherent value. They don't follow any religion that I know. They just are fine with raining death on people as long as they have any excuse. If it will make them money, if it will make them more popular, they will kill whoever. Yeah. He isn't bound by laws, yeah, at the moment. This is just war without... And so here's the thing, right? United States was the first country to develop nukes. We've used them once, and that has largely been considered a horrible abomination, a thing that should not have happened. Like, anyone who studies history will tell you, we did not need to nuke Japan. We did it to try to scare the Russians. And once people, it's like the presidents, I don't think they they were in war, they were already killing people. I don't think they realized how big of a thing that was. But we spent the next like 50 years afterwards trying to walk that back and cool tensions. And I don't think Trump realizes how existentially threatening and devastating a nuclear weapon is. I don't think he understands the weight of what a nuke will do. And when he says something like, a whole civilization will die tonight, I would not put it past him to put a nuclear bomb in Iran. Within the context of World War II, it made slightly more sense. I'm not going to get into the nuking of Hiroshima because you could literally write a 4-hour video essay on it. But having watched that 4-hour video essay, there are talks back and forth where basically Japan was trying to surrender. They were sending surrender terms to the United States saying, we do not want to fight the war anymore. And the United States, like, ignored them. Or what was it? They were like, no, we want an unconditional surrender. And what was it? The Japanese were like, we will give you anything you want, any conditions, just do not kill the emperor. We do not want the emperor to be killed. You can put him in prison, you can put him on trial, but he cannot be killed. And if you know, like, what actually happened in history, like, the president of the United States and all the other people did not want to kill the emperor. They knew he was kind of like a pawn of the generals or whatever. And they also knew that if they did kill the emperor, it would basically cause like a revolt in Japan. Like, they'd never be able to occupy it because the people would just like have hatred against them. They were indoctrinated to love the emperor. But they basically put that in as like, nope, it has to be unconditional. And it wasn't because they didn't want Japan to surrender. It was because they were really worried about the Soviets and they wanted to send a message to them that, hey, don't try to continue past Germany, stay in place. And like, yeah, that is a justification for doing something, but if you were living in Japan at that time, and I was like, hey, look, you and your family are going to be obliterated, like, to dust, and the land is going to be radioactive for 1,000 years where nothing will ever grow there, but we don't know how else to be diplomatic. You know, we really gotta send that message. Like, it's not worth it. We kept rejecting the terms. We only wanted the one term. And the hardliners also existed. There are 23,000, 24,000 people that like this. Yeah, unfortunately. Which is a lot, but also, like, I have YouTube videos that have more likes than that, so it's not really a huge number of people. But all of this is to say, you know, maybe it's just rhetoric. Maybe he's just trying to scare people. I don't think the president should be doing that. I don't think the most powerful person in the country in charge of the world's biggest supply of nukes should be chaotic and threatening. Because, and here's one of those things I often talk about when we get to, like, philosophy and whatnot. The, like, philosophy of why, from a completely selfish angle, from a, what's the word? From a completely logical angle, why it is the smart decision to be a good person. Why being tough and threatening people isn't a good strategic option. And that's because even if you have the strength to back up your threats, everyone considers you an enemy. Everyone considers you someone that could hurt them. And as soon as you become a threat to other people, like, they may back down now, but they are planning your downfall. They know they have to get rid of you at the first sign of weakness. And so going that route means you have to spend the rest of your life, or in the case of your country, the rest of your existence, constantly on a very paranoid defensive, looking out for all the people who rightfully want to destroy you for being cruel, for being a bully, for throwing your weight around and threatening to kill people. It is much more strategically sound to be nice to people, to give them free stuff, to make yourself an ally, because then people will willingly do things for you. You won't have to force them, they'll like you. Yeah, it would destroy the empire. Oh, it's this kind of thing, yeah. And so, like, even the thing by itself, even if he doesn't follow through with it, it's still incredibly irresponsible, it's still incredibly bad. And the unfortunate thing is, you know, there were a lot of people before Venezuela saying he wouldn't act on it. That would be stupid. There were people before Iran saying he wouldn't actually, attack Iran. That would be stupid and foolish. That would be a no-win scenario. They would close down the Strait of Hormuz, and you will never get it opened again. It'll throw the entire world economy into disarray, and he still did it. And so there's a lot of people being like, he talks a big talk, but he'd never actually nuke Iran. Like, shit, dog, he might. And if, like, a nuke starts flying, that is, like, unequivocally the start of World War III. Like, we become the bad guys in World War III, where every other government in the world is going to look at America and be like, you can't be trusted to have that kind of power. And will all of them, like, attack us? No. It probably won't even happen, like, within years. But it'll be the start of, there will be some countries for whom that is a hard, impassable line. They will not forgive, and they will start moving to take action. Other countries that are, like, looking between, we've got world power China and we've got world power United States. And one is threatening people and nuking them, and the other one is building hospitals and roads. Who do we want to align with? Are people ready for Fallout to become a reality? Yeah, I have, that's the thing I always talk about is, there's this idea, I forget what it's actually called. I know there's a science fiction term that calls it, psychohistory, which is the idea that, like, while individual actions of people are not easily predictable, the actions of big groups of entire nations can kind of be predicted on a broad scale. You can plot out generally where a country is going to go in 5 to 10 years, barring something like a natural disaster that disrupts things. And even those can kind of be accounted for. You can look at their stuff or their infrastructure and be like, well, if they get hit by an earthquake, it destabilizes their entire economy and they go into a recession. And based on these political parties being in power, the opposite one would probably get more sway, and that would lead to a rise of this. And the thing about those kind of studies is that the more you get into warfare, the more chaotic things get, the more you get into the realm where like the decision of an individual general on whether to attack or not could lead to something like a nuclear strike or even just an airstrike that then disrupts the entire simulation. Like, that stuff becomes more common. And so the closer you get to World War III, the more difficult it becomes to predict what might or could happen. That's why it's best to just like avoid war in general. You don't even want to approach it. 1 hour and a half for World War III, yeah. Like, it's like, I'm trying to think of, like, the possible outcomes, and it's like, it could be anything. Who fucking knows? The question is whether or not the administrative process is stronger than his lack of impulse control. Yeah, and it's, you know, Pete Hegseth has shown that he will do anything Trump says regardless, and also he seems to be a bloodthirsty maniac who enjoys killing people. And also, he just fired a bunch of, like, top generals. Like, generals that were basically saying, like, I cannot follow an order that violates the law of armed conflict. Like, I can't refuse to let people surrender. I can't bomb civilian infrastructure. Like, he has been firing and demoting those people. And because it's one of those things, right? Early on in his presidency, Trump was like, oh, I'm going to fire a bunch of the FBI people that did the January 6th investigations because they investigated me. And there was a lot of outcry from politicians and lawyers and people who knew about stuff saying, you know, the president's not allowed to just fire people in the government because he doesn't like them. They need to have performance-related issues. They are supposed to be independent from political control. You know, if they're drinking on the job or they're doing bad work, then you can fire them. If they investigated someone you don't like, or they're like a different religion from you, or they don't have the same beliefs as you, or they vote for a different political party, you can't fire them. But he did. And they're like, well, it's just like some FBI agents. What's the big deal? Well, now it's like, now he's firing generals. And what's the precedent? The precedent is he can fire people for political ideals. If they disagree about how the war is going, he can get rid of them. I am hoping I am too out of shape to be drafted. It's one other thing I hear from my friend. Bless his heart. I won't say his name, but he's very much, he was raised very very conservatively, very like Christian household, and he has trouble with like any sort of like moderate. He's like, I don't like what Trump is doing, but I can't vote for the demonic Democrats. And he's like, well, you know, even if a war happens, I'm too old to be drafted. And they probably won't attack like they probably won't attack around here. And it's like, you don't understand how interconnected the world is. The fact that gas is going up because the Strait of Hormuz is closed is this sign that, like, yes, something happening half a world away will impact you over here. And if enough stuff like that happens, the foundations on which modern society are built, the technological innovations that keep, like, the internet on and the electricity on are going to start failing. Like, there will be no, oh, I'm in Missouri, it doesn't affect me. Oh, I'm just over here. It's that, like, it will be bad for everyone. Aren't you in Missouri, Joe? That's, like, deep red. I'm in Missouri, but I'm, like, near one of the major cities, and the cities are more blue. We're just gerrymandered to hell. It's 1.5 hour Pokemon Champion releases. Everything will get more expensive. The thing is, it's not just that everything will get more expensive. It's that, like, okay, gas gets really, really expensive. It's expensive for you so you can't drive your car, but it's also expensive for every company that needs to ship stuff. Any company that is going to take a truck and drive things from here to there is going to have a problem. And that's a problem for you because the burger you eat at McDonald's, the meat is made in Brazil. We do not have the massive amounts of cattle in the United States to keep up meat production for the United States. The shirt that you make, the cotton is grown in India and then shipped to South America to be made into a shirt and then shipped up to America. We don't make enough cotton to make the clothes for the United States. So if shipping becomes prohibitively expensive or becomes impossible because gas goes absolutely through the roof, then like your ability to get everything kind of falls apart. Brazil, yeah. There's a lot of talk, when you look way back in history, there's what we call the Bronze Age collapse, where there were a whole bunch of thriving civilizations. There's like Egypt and like a proto-Greece, the Mycenaean Greece, and like Syria, and basically this whole Mediterranean series of civilizations that were way advanced, that had like writing and systems of travel and everything. And over the course of a single generation, it collapsed, where like the entire writing system was lost. The governments of every major country like collapsed to the point that it was just regional powers again. And there's always this talk of historians trying to figure out like what the hell happened. And one of the big things was the fact that, like, you know, it was called the Bronze Age because everything was made out of bronze. And in order to make bronze, you have to combine copper and tin. Tin is not native to the Mediterranean area. You have to get it from way up north. And there's a complex, like, caravan chain where, like, oh, it comes down here, and then it's forged into ingots, and then it goes over here. They were all reliant on each other. And when one step of the chain broke, you could no longer get tin, which meant all these people were out of jobs, which meant that they needed more food, but they couldn't make the food because they didn't have stuff to make the tools to make the food. And the sea people. That's one of the things that a lot of people talk about is there are contemporary what they can find from the Bronze Age collapse. There's mentions of the Greeks are weaker because the sea people attacked. Or the sea people have attacked, what was it? We know that they attacked first Greece, then then Syria, then Egypt. The Egyptians defeated the sea people, but just barely. And in doing so, it basically, like, ruined their entire military, and their civilization was built on the military. And there's a lot of talk about who were the sea people. I believe the general consensus now is that there was a famine way up north in, like, proto-Germany or whatever, and a bunch of, like, refugees basically just came down through what is now, like, Macedonia into the Mediterranean, and they weren't allowed to, like, come into the cities, so they just started, like, fishing and building boats and living kind of, like, around the Mediterranean Sea. And then eventually they became big enough that they formed like a big roving band of like marauder pirates that started attacking cities and stuff and taking shit. And then over time, like, they attacked the Greeks, and then they created a bunch of Greek refugees, and then a lot of those refugees joined the Sea People. So just actual pirates, yeah. Just a big coalition of pirates and big coalition of refugees that became pirates, and then as they attacked cities, they created more refugees that then were like, well, I could go to the burning city, or I could join the pirates. I'll join the pirates. Your thoughts on people who refuse to vote? I have friends who didn't vote because they believed the first turn wasn't as bad or it can't affect them. It's, voting is such a complex issue because one of the things I'll always say is, or that I've always heard is, voting is the least effective means of influencing the government. It is still a means of influencing the government. And I still do think that, voting for Kamala Harris would have avoided a lot of this, if not all of it. But it wouldn't have dealt with, like, a lot of the underlying problems. And even if they had voted, you would need so many millions of individuals to come together. I don't think you can really look at them and be like, oh, it's your fault for it. Because the unfortunate fact of the matter is that the United States government has, for generations, worked to limit every other way people have of engaging with politics, to the point that the only thing you can really do is vote and call your representative. The powers that be want us to be divided. The United States is screwed. That's new. It feels like it. Yeah, it's like voting is important. They should have voted. I think it was a mistake not to vote. But also, I don't think that, like, especially if you're like, oh, well, my friends didn't vote. Like, I don't know if your friends had that big of an impact, unfortunately. I love to hear Hardleg Joe being smart. I don't feel like I'm that... I keep going back and forth where I'm like, I don't feel like I'm that smart. I feel like what I'm saying is, like, kind of obvious from what I've learned. And I'm constantly, like, double-checking, like, is this right? Is this correct? Am I just saying shit? I need to be really careful about, like, not spreading misinformation. But then I see the people who do actually, like, claim to be smart and say things, and they seem way less concerned than I am with being wrong. And it's like, in a world of people who go out of their way to lie, is giving my piece and maybe accidentally lying far better than staying silent because I'm worried I might lie on accident? I'm a bit congested. I'm gonna lurk. Good luck. Their confidence in their ignorance. But yeah. I won't spend the rest of the stream talking about it, but yeah, I needed to get that off my chest. It would have been eating away at me all day. Just sitting here, like, playing, you know, I couldn't help but think as I was getting the duel started. I never asked, like, my grandparents. They're all gone now, unfortunately. But, like, where were you when World War II started? Do you remember what you were doing when, like, you heard about Pearl Harbor? When you heard the announcement? It's like, just sitting there going live with the thought at, like, yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern Central Time. Where were you when America nuked Iran? Like, shit, I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it was my job. It was my job at the time. You see, back then there was this thing called the internet. You could make a job just by playing games. We nuked Iran. If you're just joining in, we just, no, we haven't nuked Iran, but Trump has signaled that he's going to nuke Iran. And as I spent a lot of time saying, who knows, maybe it's just posturing. But it's hard to say just posturing when he's the president, when he's violated rules, when he's shown no qualms about killing people. It's like, on the one hand, he's done a lot of shit, he's stepped over a lot of lines that people didn't think he would do, and on the other hand, he also backs away from everything, so like, who fucking knows? It's the uncertainty that gets me. Was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! While they were nuking Iran, yeah. I don't think we're gonna nuke them, just turn everything to glass. No way is he going to do that. Just real quick, since we got a whole bunch of new people in here since we started, let me just reiterate the tweet. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. You know, I think this is the thing that gets me, right? If I went onto, like, my Facebook account, and I was like, and I worked at an office, and I was like, a whole office is going to die tonight, never to return to their families. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. I would be in jail right now. I would have the police knocking down my door. If that's not a, like, I can't believe there are some people who are like, he's just posturing. Like, you don't posture with threats of death. The John Mulaney horse bit still applies. I'm not familiar with that one. Hopi tacos again. We can only hope. FBI, open up. I don't really understand how people can excuse that. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of, the Senate's on break right now, but there's a whole bunch of Congress people who are like, get back to DC. We need to invoke the 25th Amendment. He's clearly, the 25th Amendment is, if the president is not mentally sound, you can remove him from office. And they're like, he's clearly off his rocker. This is not the talk of a sane person. So who knows? And at least one congressperson has written up articles of impeachment. They posted these in the Discord earlier. And what was it? The articles of impeachment, you could tell that they had these prepared because they don't even mention Iran. They don't even mention Iran, and there's 13 articles that they're getting him off of. Vance won't be any better. He will, because Vance doesn't have political capital. You know, if the thing is, for whatever reason, Trump holds a whole lot of sway, politicians are afraid of crossing him, because if Trump says, I don't like that person, I like this person, the person he likes usually gets elected. The person he doesn't like gets kicked out. For whatever reason, if he says this to the Supreme Court, do something, they consider it. Vance cannot do that. He can't threaten politicians. He does not have any sway. If he tries to do half the shit that Trump does, he will be impeached, in a second. A younger president is better at this point, yeah. He's more likely to lean towards the tech oligarchs. Impeachment will do great a third time. Maybe. I mean, that's the thing, it's almost hilarious to think back on, like, the first two impeachments where it's like, oh, well, he tried to bribe an officer or a politician, or not he tried to bribe another head of state, And what was the first one? He like interfered with an election or with a investigation. Those were the first two. And just to put this on the record, this article of impeachment, or this document, what's it called? A resolution? What's the actual technical term? Yeah. Resolution to impeach. 13 articles, 13 reasons why. Overstepping military power by murdering drug traffickers off Venezuela and then seizing their president. Overriding the rights of the states by using the National Guard against U.S. citizens against the will of the governor of that state. Unconstitutionally detaining and deporting people without a trial, denying them the right to a trial. Using the FCC to limit speech by punishing media organizations that speak out against him. Pardoning literally hundreds of dangerous criminals because they were donators or supporters. That includes all the January 6 people who committed treason against the United States, but also famous drug traffickers, scammers, like white-collar criminals who like sold drugs and stuff. Defunding critically important programs that help Americans. Refusing to spend funds appropriated by Congress, which is against the Constitution. The Congress has the power of the purse. They set the budget. He's supposed to figure out how to spend it. He can't just decide to not spend it or spend it on other stuff, but he has. Hiding information from Congress, including footage of the Venezuelan boat attacks and the Epstein files. Just refusing to show them even after they've passed laws saying he has to. Illegally removing people from office simply because they weren't loyal enough. We talked about that already. Ignoring judge rulings and taking actions that have been ruled to be illegal despite everyone telling him that he can't. Trying to remove birthright citizenship, which, I mean, he hasn't done that yet, so I don't know how you could impeach him for that, but trying to violate the 14th Amendment does seem like a pretty big deal. Overstepping his authority by designating Mexico, Venezuela, and cartels as terrorists so that he can use, like, war powers against them, and not divesting from all the companies that he owns and selling tons of merch while in office using his name. That shit sounds like a best of. Birthright citizenship being exploited regardless. What is the 14th Amendment? The 14th Amendment is, if you were born in the United States, you are a United States citizen. They're trying to remove that. They're basically trying to say, because here's the thing. Before that, there was no legal thing for what made you a citizen. Because you gotta remember, the framers of the Constitution, a lot of them just hopped on a boat and came over here. There was no authority that, like, checked them at the door and said, you are or aren't allowed to be here. You just came over, and it was assumed that anyone who was here was a citizen. Even I could see this guy as bad news. The merchandise one sounds like a bad joke. Charlie's still waiting on his Trump phone. But yeah, so for a long time it was assumed that, like, basically if you were in America, you were an American citizen. Citizen just meant, like, resident. You didn't have to fill out a document. You didn't have to sign up with anyone. It was just, yeah, you're here. Even if you plan to leave later or whatever, even if you're just on vacation, like, you're here now. Eventually, they put in a thing, and yeah, what was it? There were a bunch of states that were trying to say, because the slaves didn't come over here willingly, they aren't citizens, and because the children of slaves are the children of non-citizens, they are also not citizens. It was a thing after the Civil War to try to deny black people the ability to vote by just blanketly saying they were all non-citizens. And so they made the 14th Amendment to be like, just for reference, if you were born here, you are a citizen. It does not matter what your parents were, why they came over here, how they get here. If you were on U.S. soil, you're a citizen. And Trump is basically trying to say, well, that was for slaves. It shouldn't apply to, like, illegal aliens who come here and have a kid. And I would argue that, like, aliens shouldn't be illegal. I think if you're here, you're a citizen. If you live here, you're a citizen. If you are affected by U.S. law, then you have the right to help determine U.S. law. Set that shit on fire. He's the living embodiment of Max C. I follow. Also, while I'm here, real quick, to move things off of politics slightly, but then to a different kind of politics, I'll remind people that the Discord elections for the Hardleg Senate are happening. If you don't know, I try to make politics a little more interesting, a little more personal by turning my Discord into a republic. It is run by the people of the Discord. They get to decide the rules, they get to decide the boards, the rules, everything. They can plan events. They can do all sorts of fun stuff. And we also have a citizen police force, essentially. We have the moderators who enforce the laws, basically. And rather than just be people I like, who I picked, or people that we pay to do it, it's people who run for election. And, you know, if everyone likes them and thinks they could do a good job as a moderator, they get selected. You have gained my admiration. Well, thank you. The Galactic needs us now, yeah. I started this last year in April, and so this is our first election season. Right now, we're at the part where anyone who wants to declare their candidacy can. It's been 1 week. I gotta resist the urge to sing the song. Do my head to the side instead of no. But yeah, it's been 1 week. People have the ability to declare, and the thing is, we need 5 senators total. And right now, there are 5 candidates. So if no one else wants to run for the Senate, we do not have to have an election or anything else or the rest of stuff. The 5 people who want to do it are the people who get the jobs. Can your Discord go to war? I don't know how it would. They could try to figure out a way. I love democracy. Vote for Poop Butt 67. Yeah. It's funny, I remember when we started this project, it was, there were a lot of people like, this could be a really bad idea. You could throw things into chaos, you get people power, and they go out of control. And there were a lot of other people who were like, this could actually be a really big move. You know, giving the patrons control of the Discord means that they could do all the wonderful things they always wanted. We could turn this into a real community where there's like a vibrant effort to be involved and have community activities. And the truth of the matter is, it ended up being kind of lackluster. Like, nothing bad happened, just nothing really great happened. Like, we had a couple movie nights. They reshuffled the boards around. But after, like, 3 months of doing stuff, the Senate just kind of, like, lost interest. And we're like, yeah, you know, this is all right. And they just haven't done anything for a while. And now everyone's like, yeah, you know, I like what the previous Senate did. I don't feel any need to change it. Good job. Keep going. So we've had the weird third option of it was successful, but in a really boring way that makes people not super interested in becoming a senator. Hope that the Discord isn't influenced by real politics a little bit. How to join? Well, what was it? If you want to join the Discord, it's patrons only, so you have to join my Patreon, which at this point is $2 a month. A steep paywall, I know, but I find it helps to keep trolls and little kids out, you know? We don't have to really worry about those things because you have to pay money to get in. So far, no one has paid the $2 just to troll. Also, if you're just hearing about this for the first time, I'm sorry. You have to be in the Discord for 3 months before you can run. Or no, 6 months. I specifically made it so you couldn't join just to try to get into the government. You have to be part of things. It did increase. I made 2 videos about this. Inflation. Literally inflation. Literally, things have gotten more expensive. Trump just agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Hey! At least I don't have to, at least we don't have to worry about the worst case scenario. It's just 2 weeks, but he sat down. 5-month minimum is good. Yeah. Again, it's unfortunate but fair. Yeah, it's like, we don't want people just running in and be like, ooh, I want to run for the control of this place that I don't hang out in. It's like, no, you got to be here for a while. You could join now and then be in next year's election. So if you really like this and you're like, I think I would be interested in running next April, you could do that. I don't trust ceasefires anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to mean all action is off the table, but I think if he agrees to a ceasefire, that means there's not going to be, like, a bombing to the Stone Age tonight. At least it's off. I think it's a very good buffer against the trolls. Yeah. But if you are already on the Discord, if you're already a patron, there's a board on the side just called Democracy. It's near the top. We've got everything broken into segments. There's like the Prime channels that just have the rules and the announcements and the Hangout chat. And then there's the government. You can see the Senatorium is public. You can watch all the Senate discussions that happen. And then right under that is Democracy. There's threads there where you can put in your candidacy or ask questions. I'm already a mod in so many. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to be like, don't join just so you can be like, well, now we can have an election because there's 6 people, but I don't really know what I want to do. I just want to make sure that, like, no one is going to, a week from now be like, wait, there were Discord elections? Like, I've mentioned it twice on stream now. I've mentioned it in the weekly Patreon update on Patreon, and I've made 2 separate pings about it. Plus the ping that the senators themselves made. What program do you use for filling the jank? Yeah, it's MD Pro. I was gonna say Iran back down when it was actually him again. Yeah, I wouldn't, whatchamacallit. I wouldn't bet on Iran backing down. They have no reason not to. It's like, that's the thing, is like, it's mutually assured destruction. They're like, okay, if you want to nuke us into oblivion, 1, it'll ruin your thing on the world stage. It'll disrupt the global economy. War in general like that will cause like a huge economic disruption. And, if you nuke the Strait of Hormuz and you irradiate it, then nothing gets through. That fallout could easily drift over the water, and then it's like, well, what are you going to do now? Now, even if you control it, you can't ship stuff through there. If someone has missed the election after this much, it's their fault, yeah. Do I get paid if I'm drafted? Yeah, you still get paid. I thought these clip-on ties would be easier to clip on. There we go. This is also assuming they're using... Yeah. I mean, they don't have to use nuclear weapons to commit a whole bunch of war crimes. Clip onto your beard. Maybe when I get to the 3rd tie. How many ties is that? Right now, just 2. Huh. Weird. I'm not sure if I can replicate that. So this is clearly like a red tie, right, chat? Like it seems red. But no, it doesn't have that effect on the camera. When I'm looking down at it from like here, it looks blue. And that's because there's like a checkerboard pattern. And for whatever reason, at like a steep enough angle, the checkerboards, oh, you can kind of see it like that. It still looks red, especially near the bottom, but you can see how like the color kind of changes at this really steep angle. And it looks like a darker color. The shadow changes it to be blue. Oh, there, yeah. As soon as it's in some kind of shadow, it's like, oh, it went from a bright red to like a dark blue. Witchery! Bury it! Or purple, yeah. Because of the stitching. I looked down, I was like, wait, when did this tie get... I thought I had the red tie, and I was like looking over, then I take it off, I'm like, this is the red tie, what the fuck? Okay, one final thing before we get going. If you recall on the last stream, there was some angry typing. And I had to be, I was really frustrated, right? Because there was a patron who, they had messaged me earlier the day. And they're like, hey, how's it going? I was like, pretty good. What's up? And they're like, I've been doing well. I've been working on a project for the last 5 months, and it's out now. That's why I reached out. I need someone to test it for me and give some honest feedback. If you have some free time, could you help me? I was like, maybe. What's the project? It's a small indie game I've been developing. I just need a couple of honest testers to try it for a few minutes and tell me what they think. If you're cool with that, I can send you the link. And I was like, you know, I've been asked to look at websites and videos and all sorts of stuff. This was a YouTube stream or a Twitch stream? This is a Twitch stream. Ah, that old scam. Okay, so other people are recognizing it for what it is. Typical indie dev. Yeah, the thing is, like, as a content creator, I get messages like that, not all the time, but I've gotten several of them at this point, like more than 10. I've been asked to look at games, I've been asked to look at, like, cards, websites, YouTube channels, decks, etc., etc. And then he, like, you know, I was like, sure, I can maybe do it a little later. And then he pinged me in the middle of stream, and it was like, hey, I can give you beta access right now. Hey, could you look at it right now? It only takes 30 seconds. I was like, I'm in the middle of a fucking stream, in front of a live audience. I cannot. And I remember being on stream like, he's a patron. He should know. I've made the announcement that I'm live on stream. And then afterwards, like later that night, I was looking at it, and I was like, huh. This isn't on twitch.io. This is, let me see if I can show you. He sent me this, it's like a blog spot. Important, and down below he had a drop, I didn't get it on here, but it had a Dropbox link. And I was like, okay, he's got like a dev, twitch.io? No, there's I forget what, itch.io. Yeah. That's where you post games if you're like a game developer. Yeah. And I was about to be like, sorry, I'm not downloading something from a Dropbox. But then I was like, oh, this is some kind of blog, you know, it's January 13th. What was his previous development? And he has one post before that. That's like 2 weeks ago. That's like, development on the game is going well. And that's like all it says. And I'm like, okay, so you started it 2 weeks ago. Development is going well. Now it's done. Here's a download. This looks like pretty good art for like an indie project. So I did what I would recommend if you're ever unsure about this. Do a reverse image search. I took the images and you go on Google and you can put the image in. and it'll try to find it. Damn, this doesn't look 2 weeks old. Yeah. And it turns out that this screenshot comes from a game released in 2017. There was like a student project that was released for free on itch.io. And that was like, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, cool. Yep, that sounds about right. Surprising, like the reverse image search has helped me so many times. Both with that and like someone like, hey, I'm an artist, you know, if you'd like to commission some work, here's my stuff. It's like, oh, really? Let me see your art. Reverse image search. Weird. Your art is on a whole bunch of other people's websites and they all claim to have it. They all claim that it's their original work. And also, they have other pictures that are in the same style, while yours are all in different styles. What's up with that? Thanks for the $2, bud. Your art looks like the Mona Lisa. How weird. But yeah, I was like, I didn't say, I was like, half tempted to confront them, and I was like, no, if I confront them, they'll know I'm onto them. I did kick them out of the Discord, without citing a reason, and then made a post being like, hey, if this guy has talked to you, they're like a hacker. They're like a scammer. And then I sent a message to them on Patreon. I was like, hey, have you been hacked by chance? And they were like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get my account back for weeks. They stole everything. My money, my documents. They got my Twitter and my YouTube. He's like, I managed to get everything back, but Discord still hasn't responded to me. And I was like, okay. And then we, you know, I was like, I'll make sure I reported them as like, this person is clearly a hacker. They're like trying to do stuff. And then I got a message like 8 hours later. It's like, okay, they finally gave it back. Just report them immediately and they at least have to make a new account. Yeah. So, and I figured it, like, not only is it a funny story, but I was like, it's worth mentioning, like, one, here's how you can help, one tactic to help avoid scams. And also, what was it? One of the things I found when I was looking this up, like when I did the reverse image search, I found the original, but I also found just like a whole bunch of people on Reddit and Blue Sky talking about how apparently scammers have been using this project specifically a lot. Like, it's not just one guy using it, like, this is frequently. And if you go, there's a trailer for the game that came out in 2017, and the top comments are like, did you know that people are using your game to try to hack people? So just like, if you see this art style, be warned. Common hacker thing. Alert, alert. Sempane, thank you for the prime hype. By the way, Joe, since you're already talking about it, could you go check out this site for me? I need an honest review on it. It's used because it's obscure, yeah. Missed the last stream. We haven't made as much progress as we'd like. Okay. Y'all ready to actually do some Yu-Gi-Oh? We've been yapping for about an hour. What the hell is the Deckmaster Cup? I was not aware of the event. And wait, is that what the DC... No, DC wouldn't be Deckmaster. Chat, what the fuck is the Deckmaster Cup? Some Discord tournament? Oh. I did not participate in any of the tournaments. How did you learn about the Deckmaster Cup? This survey. Would you say you were satisfied or unsatisfied? Very unsatisfied. I did not know it exists. Motivate you to start playing, return to playing, or continue playing Master Duel. Playing in the tournament, watching other people post about the tournament. None of the above. I don't care about tournaments. I don't care about tournaments, but I would play a lot more if you banned Max C, and in general, just kind of, you know what, fuck it, balance the game correctly. That would be nice. Don't care about tournaments. Make alternate formats. Offer Genesis support. How likely are you to? Very unlikely. Oh. Genesis should already be here. It would be so easy to implement. Hashtag free Cupsy. How every survey should look. You know, I won't advise you to do the exact things I did, you know? Maybe you actually care about the tournaments, but the more you can mention ban Max C, the better. Alright, you about ready to begin this chat? Let's fill yourself up with cats in the chat. All right. And here we are, ladies and non-ladies. The beginning of stream number 2. Okay. And here we are, ladies and non-ladies. The dawn of stream number 2. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last. And I got some dueling in. You know, I got us back up into to Platinum 4, but it has been tough going. Even with the changes we made to the deck, we haven't seen a whole lot of success. I'm honestly thinking maybe we might want to try some of the more extreme builds that I have saved up. Okay. Try this again. Take number 3. And here we are, ladies and non-ladies. The dawn of stream number 2. Try that again. And here we are, ladies and non-ladies, the dawn of stream number 2. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and I did a little bit of grinding. I got us back into Platinum 4, so at least that's going on, but it has not been easy going, let me tell you what. Even after changing up the deck, trying to make it a little bit more consistent, we have been having a tough time. And I'm kind of considering maybe we want to go into one of the more competitive builds that I have, or potentially competitive. I actually don't know if these are... Okay. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Alright, ladies and non-ladies, here we are, the dawn of stream number 2. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and you know, I got a little bit of work done. You know, I got us back into Plat 4, so at least there's that. I don't know if I showed it on camera, but we ranked down into Plat 5, and I had to grind my way back up again. Even after changing the deck, it has not been especially good, and I'm not sure exactly what we can do about that. We do have a couple other versions of DD that we might try. I was really hoping we would save these for, like, Master rank. I thought the standard build would be able to get us through Platinum, but we're already running into a lot of trouble. The modern meta has just outpaced this, even in the short time since the new support has been added. It's kind of crazy. But we still have 5 more streams ahead of us. I think we have plenty of time to try other stuff. I think it might just be that, like, that first week we had all, like, the best duelists who got knocked down. They're trying to rise back up again. I think we might have a little more success now that a week has passed and we've got less powerful duelists on the ladder trying to grind their way up. So we're going to continue with Mark 1.1, but I am going to try to make things better. You know, last time we tried to be professional, I put on a tie and that worked all right. But I figured, you know, maybe this wasn't the right time. Maybe I shouldn't have gone with black. Maybe I should go with red. You know, red is a nice, powerful color. I mean, especially this is like a maroon. It's very royal. And then I thought, why go with one tie? If one tie is professional, then surely 2 ties will be even more professional. So we're going to rock the double tie today and see if the power of 2 ties can get us into diamond. First try, easy. Curse Necrofear, is that the spell that, like, searches things? Oh, it's just curse. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, I don't see how this would help especially. Like, it would recycle stuff, but that's not a problem we're dealing with. It adds Queen. You're talking about Dark Spirit Mastery. Yeah, Dark Spirit Mastery is another starter that can add Queen. There's also, Nightmare Throne that can add the Queen. Oh, wait, no. It can add, Savant Kepler. Yeah, it's a UR. We would have to craft it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's better to add Queen because that plays around, Droll. Oops, not what I wanted to click on. And Copernicus. Oh, I thought I had tickets. I don't have tickets. Okay. Man, I probably should have done a solo duel beforehand. I am a little rusty. It's been like 2 or 3 days. But then again, the combos are also like fairly simple now that they've been consolidated. Oh, they're allowing me to go first. Okay. Unexpected, but fine. This is not fine. Is there anything I could send with Copernicus? Yeah, if I set this, yeah, it does nothing. I could send the... Real quick, let's check deck. I could send this, but this requires another monster in the graveyard. I could send this, but I need to destroy a dark contract. And nothing else gets an effect in the graveyard. Yeah, this sucks. We're just gonna do this. They wanted to go second, so if they have like Lightning Storm or Feather Duster or whatever, I don't want to set both of these. Yep. Hello, Tempai. Now, do you have the quick play spell as well? They do not. Now, can I draw anything that helps me? I could really use a queen right now. That is not a queen, but it does do a thing. Okay, normal summon. Activate. Imperm. That's fine. Again, neither of the cards I'd send to the graveyard have any effect. Activate Surveyor. Special summon. Can I make this a level 4? I can. They didn't activate anything. Unfortunately, if I do this... No, that turns on the headhunt, even if it gets negated. As long as they don't destroy it. And I can also, like, link up into Marksman or whatever. Ash Blossom, okay. Okay, then we go to Marksman King Tell. And then, I think just to have two options on it, we just go straight up into Machinex. He big. Okay, battle phase. Bye-bye. Main phase 2. Set. Zeus would have been cool. I didn't have room for Zeus. Fortunately, we got out of that, and it was all thanks to the Dominus Impulse. You know, I really wasn't certain about that card, but it worked out this time. Alright, unlikely that we're going against Tempai again. This time they won the coin toss and decided to go first. Which, honestly, with this hand, for the best. This is a go second ass hand if ever there was one. Please summon. Please summon. Joy Boy, One Piece reference, or it could just rhyme. Yeah, I think I have to do this here. Why can't I activate on resolution? I've been holding down chain this entire time. Fuck. Because we have a card. Fuck! I'm so stupid! We do have nib, true. Oh. Nightmare Phoenix. Nib's not helping. Is it? Colonel Jack O'Neill, thank you for the prime hype. Moon! Oh, I should have nibbed there. Now they get everything on board. If only we drew any engine. Yeah, that would be useful. Yeah, at this point, we gotta let them fuse, get some stuff out of the graveyard. Yep, Lacrima. And then this is our last chance to look at them, Hector. Otherwise, they make High King Caesar and just negate the Nibiru. Big token. That might be a problem. Let me think about this. Yeah. Yeah, they can send something, but they don't have... Oh, they do have other Orcus in the graveyard. Yeah, so Skeleton still gets them up into stuff, I think. At least it gets rid of the token, but that's a cold comfort. Considering I've turned off every other card in my hand. Oh, they just send World Wand. Spa! Hey, now Fua is live. I mean, it would be if I hadn't used Dominus Impulse from hand. Adding a starter. Do we want to be running Impulse when it shuts off all our hand traps? I don't think so. That was my main thing last time, although to be fair, I could have done so much more if I had activated the Foolos. I forgot that Girsu was going to give me a token as well. My one hope now is the timeout. They thinking a lot. And they didn't do the plays right the first time, so it makes me think maybe they don't know exactly. Is Droll dead too? Yes. This turns off Light, Earth, and Wind. Which means no Nibiru, no Maxi, no Droll, no Foolos. Didn't we keep opening all hand traps last stream? The problem is, when we went first, we opened all hand traps, and when we went second, we opened all starters. Yep, that's exactly 8,000. They still doing stuff, of course, because Platinum is too low to know how to, press the middle tab button. Yeah, it's like, on the one hand, I did mess up. On the other hand, it's entirely possible that if I had actually used the Foolos, they just pass, and then the same thing plays out. They just do all the comboing on turn 3 instead of turn 1. Hey, we get to go first for the first time today. Yeah, my only hope was in that duel. Granted, if I had activated it, at least I had a chance. There's a chance they play into the Foolos a little bit to make half a board. Oh, come on. Okay, good. Yeah, I think this is going to be off regardless, and this way if they're on K9, then I punish them for it. Okay, start with Kepler. Add a Dark Contract. We get this. Can I summon the Kepler from my hand? No, I can't. I think I go for this. Yeah, this is a weird one. Yeah, we add this. It's gonna go straight into Gilgamesh. And then we're going to, yeah, activate Griffin. And we're going to go ahead and make this right now. Oh, I need to have ones in the graveyard. Maybe they don't know that. Or maybe they just don't have Nibiru and I'm playing around it for no reason. Okay. So many things! Yeah, we'll keep the rest of those out. Okay. Now the negate is on. Sure. Free stuff? Now that the negate is on? Hopefully I don't run out of zones. And get this into the graveyard so I can get Headhunt back. The likelihood we're playing a bot seems unlikely. Yeah. Huh. Well, that's not now something you see every day. Swords of Revealing Light. Just one. Do you play Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG? Nope. Yep, Scareclaw. They skipped the cut. I mean, to be fair, if they didn't have any hand traps, skipping the cutscene is probably the appropriate response if you know what I can build. Let's see. Yeah, we have full combo and then some, so we just activate this now. And if they skip, that's fine. We can do plenty of things. Weird hand, very weird, but we can make it work. Set 2, pass. Kick in some ass. That's a good one. Okay, so we'll start with Surveyor. Surveyor? I barely even know her. Ba-dum-tish. Ash this. In perm? That's just as well. Aaron Hansen doesn't know how to play video games. I went very briefly into, like, the, what's it called? The Dale Gribble voice. Give me a dark contract, you fiend. Yoink. What up, fucker? Yep. What do you think it was, chat? What does Cool Tune do? Synchro. A lot. With only tuners. Huh. The Sprite starter deck. I see. With Maxi. And the live twin called by... I need to play a mill deck at some point, Chad. I haven't milled enough opponents. Special victory. What do I have? I still have 10 more levels. I have to destroy 300 more monsters by battle. What does this give you? Another replay slot? I ain't doing that one. Yeah, I've done almost every mission except for destroy monsters by battle and increase my level. I'm curious, Chad. I don't know how old a lot of my audience is. But were you emo kids back in the day? Or was there some other, like, sub-genre of, like, person? You know, maybe you were EUMO, which is like emo, but with fundamental differences. Or maybe you were a hipster, or a scene kid, or a goth. I'm a femboy. Nope. Foolos pass. Eumo is emo, but European. I'm a peon. Not on Twitch. Huh. Emo Hardleg. I really liked My Chemical Romance, but I couldn't get into the fact that they were all, like, they dressed up weird. Like, I didn't like any of the fashion, I just liked the music. If you would call me anything in high school, I was a weeaboo. I'm not sure if that term still sees any general use. You could also just call it a weeb. I woke up just like a horseshoe, died to get in again. We are so far from you, burning on just like a match. You died to get in again. Alright, one more win and we rank up into Platinum 3. Things have been going good so far, and by good, I mean we start to combo and our opponent surrenders, or we go second and activate Foolos and our opponent surrenders. People were much more willing to play through everything last time. We're doing better this time, but we are having some troubles. This is a weird one. You're a weird one, Mr. Grinch. Yeah, we start with Surveyor first. Hello. I will pitch the Griffon. Because that has an effect when we get it out of the graveyard. Fuck! That's like the one thing we can't play through, chat. Do we just make, like, Genghis pass? Kick in some ass? What's the quickest and most effective DDD we can get to? Yeah, I think we just make, like, Genghis into Chungus. Or, sorry, Gilgamesh into Machinex. Machinex plus Headhunt with the 3 extra cards. 2 extra cards. Fuck, it won't even be live. Just pass on this. Summon Gilgamesh pass. Yeah, maybe they don't know that Gilgamesh gets an effect when it's destroyed. That might help us. In perm, at least they're using a bunch of shit. Okay. Let's give them something else to worry about. Fuck it, I'll give them another draw. Yeah, let's just get this into the graveyard. Yeah, I think we just... Well, now we have this. Seven cards versus 2 disruptions? Scale the pendulum? That might help. Yeah, Machinex is live now. Might as well. Fuck it, we ball. We pass on this. This is 4 disruptions. Or I should say 3.5. Like, this is a monster suck, then we'll have another monster suck. We can steal a monster, and then if they destroy something, we get to summon this and destroy something of theirs. Dark Contract with the Scared Doggo. That's what it should have been called. Okay, Forbidden Droplet. Heroes. Why did you send 2? I guess you want this in the graveyard? The question is, do we try to stop them from extending? Or do we wait until they get something like a, Oh, this is only until the end of the turn. Yeah. We just need to try to stop them from extending if possible. Droll. Make Verte? Wow. Must suck to suck. I'll be taking that. Wait, I thought it was till the end of the next turn. Wait, how long do I get to keep this? Until the end phase of the next turn. Gotcha. And what is this? During the standby phase, you can place this in the pendulum zone. No, I don't think I will. The funny thing, of course, is that because this was stolen, it's treated as a DDD monster. Wait, I thought if I stole an extra deck monster... If it's special summon from an extra deck, it's a DDD. Oh, I can only control one Machinex. Gotcha, I need to, like, link this off or something. Okay. Let's... destroy this. Ash Blossom. Fair enough. Oh, I drew Maxi, I just realized that. Now it's my turn. Let's make a second one. Yeah. I can use this. Every hand trap. Do I want to revive? No, not... Oh, yeah. Because if I revive Griffin, then I can get something. Imperm. Funny. Funny joke. Okay, I guess we're doing this then. Let's go ahead and make Alfred. It's time for slime. And then we shuffle them back for Genghis. Gas, gas, gas. 83, that's game. There we go, we just hit him with one of these. One of these. Genghis. And then Alfred for game. Give him a chance, let him show off. Somewhere in a basement, the Alfred final blow ticker goes up just ever so slightly. 0.1%. And with that, we rank up into Platinum 3. Yay me. Fat White Duke, thank you for the prime hype. How we dueling. Pretty good. That is what? 33? Yeah, 19 plus 14. Be 20. The 9 will go up and will be 1 less than the 4. I come up with all these weird little things. Ugh, grip strength. Make sure you gotta get going up. I need to be able to click those buttons extra strong. Even with my left hand, just in case. Working out. Ugh. Well, this sucks. I guess we're doing this. Again, just in case it's 60 card K9. Seems unlikely, but possible. Alright, don't have Ash. It's a 60 card deck. What are the chances you'll get a 60 card deck in Ash? Yeah, we go for this one because it plays the best around droll, right? Okay, no droll. And either way, it ends on the same shit. Oh, it doesn't end on the same shit because we had dark contract. Damn, I really fucked that up. No. We're still fine. I was like, wait, can we get it from here? We can. Yeah, this is fine. We send this. This sends Lance Soldier. Lance Soldier can blow up this. Who summon himself. No, we've learned not to do that. It can become level 4. Then we make Wise King Solomon. Look at how wise he is, Chad. Grab myself an extender of some kind, probably Griffin. P-Tear Griffin. Now we go into King Tell. Go Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Set the scales. Imperm. No Imperm? Okay. Put those two in there. King Tell sends the Necro Slime. And then Pendulum Shokan? Yeah. No, not yet. Last chance to gaze upon my continents. Yep, they knew. Has to be destroyed. Okay. We do get hit with Nibiru, which does draw us. Let's go ahead, make Alfred. Using this and this. No, not yet. Summon back this using these two. Yeah. Now we summon back Lance Soldier. And then that'll trigger this, which will summon back... Yeah, we don't have a level 4, unfortunately. That's still fine. Lance Soldier's just going to be in defense. Yeah, I think Wave High is probably the best way to go with these two, right? It's either that or we make the one, like, Spell Trap negate. And then we make Divisor on top of this. Actually, considering we have the 2 Dominus Impulse, it probably would have been better to do the other one. Oh, I still have a normal summon. 2 plus DDs, 2 DDs. Okay, I can't make anything. I don't have anything generic. Yeah. Oh yeah, the opponent could just go back, but then they give up their battle phase. What does this do? Add a dark contract? Yeah. Do I go ahead and summon this and just destroy the 3000? Nah, this will be a surprise tool we save for later. In case of evenly. Do you feel like they have evenly? No? Oh, brother. Yeah, we ash this. Because we can. And then we Dominus Impulse this. Branded fusion. The one of Rahu. And the 2 of Branded Fusion. Called by. That could be useful. I don't know what changed that made them decide to stop, but, you know, they did. It looks pretty Jover for them, yeah. It was, I was gonna summon the, whatchamacallit, the Griffin, and then discard, I think I can discard a Dark Contract, or is it just a DD? Let me actually check that. This is Pendulum summoned, you can discard a DD, yeah. So it's going to discard the Dark Contract to draw a card. Then I have this plus the Lancer on the field. So I can make Clovis go into, or bring back the Lancer, summon Siegfried, and then I have it out to the one graveyard, or the one spell trap they have, or any other spell trap they might try to activate. While still having the Dominus and still having the Cold Buy. We were just good. How you doing today? I'm doing much better. McDonald's Wi-Fi for the end. The extra deck DDDs are all kings in some way. Yeah. It's one of their themes. Kings, CEOs, scientists, people from history. Update your rank. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we are P3. Alright, chat. We're going second. We have no disruptions. Our opponent is Charlotte. The question is, are they good, Charlotte? Boom, ba, boom, ba, 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 da, 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 da. Swing, swing from the tingles of my heart is one from another part. Can you see it? What we said to get another thing. Charlotte's Web? I suppose so. You unlocked one of my core memories. Wait, am I getting the wrong... Did I do the wrong band? No, that's the All-American Rejects. Fuck! Who the hell is good Charlotte? Oh, this is the anthem. Throw all your hands up. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. They're always complaining. Always complaining. And girls don't like boys, girls like cars and money. Oh, the 90s. Just some casual misogyny for fun. What about mediocre Charlotte? Howdy, howdy, howdy. I can't read your name. It's that awful shade of blue that, like, on the black background just becomes like a void. They just use tracks to fuse from hand. Oh yeah, I haven't been paying attention to what they're doing. I've been looking up good Charlotte songs and lyrics. I mean, we do have a lot of extenders. As opposed to formal misogyny. You know, the kind enshrined in institutional policy. Exactly. Huh. This doesn't seem especially powerful. Okay, let's start with... this. Activate? I don't need to, so if they have an Ash, maybe they'll use it here. I doubt they'll use the... oh, they will use the Phantom of Yubel. Okay, well that maintains the Kepler on the field, right? Okay, we use this to get the Queen, of course, if we can. Now they have the Ash. Smirt. Yeah, okay, so if I activate this, they will destroy it with Wave High King Caesar. Oh, and this is level 2. Fuck. I was like, if this was a little lower scale... what does this do again in the Pendulum Zone? During the standby phase, you could target up to 2. It has to... why is it during the standby phase? Caesar can't negate the dog contract. Good to know. We need another extender? Yeah. Maybe I should have let... Okay, it wouldn't have mattered. Either way, this is how I had to do it. Unless I could have Kepler in the scale. No, it's a 9 and a 10. And Orthos is a 3. One other DD or Dark Contract and destroy it. Target a pendulum, return it to the hand. That doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. I guess I could at least try to bait it out. Yep, we keep opening Headhunt. Yeah, and what's they already got 52. Yeah, we just surrender. Not winning a bunch of coin tosses today. Are the DDD traps good? They're very good. The problem is, they're bricks. If you draw them first turn, you want to search them. And it feels like Headhunt is glued to my hands oftentimes. And it's my best friend, Plank. It's my best friend, Plank. Oh? I see. Okay. There it is again. Let's try this. Dark Contract with the Abyss. Can I get a searchy do? I can. Thank you very much. Pendulum scale. Pop, pop. We go for Copernicus. With the science and the math and the art. Huh. What the dog doing? I see, I see. Scale Surveyor. Become level 4. Let's go for the wise King Solomon. Well, that's not good. He's trying to kill us with math! One fusion and two Ixies at the same rank, whose combined levels and ranks equal the number of cards in both players' hands and on the field. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Could have grabbed Orthos there and forced math. How would Orthos have forced math? The same thing regardless. Yeah, the rollback on the Dominus Impulse could be a problem. Orthos pops back row. Yeah, I suppose, but then it turns off this. Let's see. Like a 1 spell trap and 1 DD or dark contract, destroy them. Yeah, I guess we do go Orthos. We go Orthos and we go Scale Surveyor. Oh wait, it's gonna be popped either way. Yeah, we just go for Scale Surveyor. I'm being funky with it. Okay, then we can activate Orthos. We can pop this and this. And then that triggers her. And now you have to do it now? Because if you don't, I'll do it on activate. Oh wait, they can just do, they can just do it with the, whatchamacallit? The transaction rollback. Does this destroy? No, it banishes all cards I control. Rollback is half of their life points. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just go with this. Oh wait. We just swing, yeah. Force them to draw out of this. Do we make Divisor? Nah, I think we just set Headhunt. And keep Impulse in hand. Haha! Zero scale! Yeah, the thing is, we have nothing that stops transaction rollback. Yeah. I'll be taking that and negating its effects. No searchy for you. Haha! We did. I'm wondering why they didn't do this. So real quick, so I can make 1, 2, 3. I don't know, how does this work again? Whose combined level and ranks equal the total number of cards. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, they had... Trapaholic has a condition. Oh, does it? It can be activated this turn while you have 3 or more traps in the graveyard. I'm just wondering why they didn't activate it on their own turn. He doesn't get to use the right stuff. Total number of cards in both players' hands and on the field. Yeah, the thing is we had 10. So they couldn't activate it during their turn, but as soon as they couldn't activate it during my turn, but as soon as their turn started, they could have banished enough for 11. Right? This is 6... 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So they could have done 2 digital bugs and this. They also have to match the level of a monster on field. Oh, then return 2 banished monsters to the extra deck, an Ixie and a Fusion, whose combined level and rank equal the level or rank of 1 face-up monster. Then banish all cards. Ah! And all I had was a level 10. So there was no way that they could send enough for 10 cards and then also put 10 back. The math just wasn't mathin'. They couldn't match for 8. Is that what? Oh yeah, she's an 8. Starting to get hungry, chat, but I'm gonna keep going. Super long pretzel. I think I forgot to count that one. This is a little weird, but it works. So we use this, we get the dark contract with the doggo. Activate doggo. The bug! Yeah, I mean, this telegraphs everything. But it's the best I could hope to do. They just impatient. Garugamesh! Another one. Another one. One and one. I mean, this is still 2 disruptions, but into a 6-card hand, that ain't much. Dark McGeckin. I mean, yeah, I'm going to stake that so you don't have a spellcaster on the field. Pop! I have taken your apprentice! Nope. Another future silence. Huh? I mean, yeah. I don't want you to have a spellcaster on the field. They keep in one way or another. We can play through Dragoon. Kinda. Oh no. I know where this is headed, chat. Zero Wall has redeemed a honk. Critter, you want to say something for Zero Wall? Huh. I didn't know it would send it to the graveyard like that. Oh, and the one of Sinful Spoils? Let's call him Dr. One of over here. He's got all the one of cards. This is a go next. Well, they don't have a spellcaster on the field is the thing, so they can't use the card that gets them, to Dragoon? Oh, they can use it in the graveyard. Huh? Huh? Brother, you could have just made Dragoon and won. You need to go through all this. Is this your first time seeing this? Yeah. With all this stuff? Usually I just see them use the thing and make Dragoon and that's it. Dragoon is kind of overrated, very much so. They're probably not even playing it, they're playing 2. They just decided they didn't want to. This was a Primite deck, by the way. Cause you know, chat, you want to see it sometimes, but not all the time. 3 is too many and 1 is too few, but if you just have a bunch of two ofs, then you see everything a little bit. 60 is bricky, but 55 is fine. How do we lose to this? We went first and they had Maxi. That was how we lost to it. I still got twitchy hands, chat. Need to talk to a doctor about this or something. I don't think you can see it. It's very subtle. But I can feel it. Okay. The fuck is this? Gaga Utopic Tactics. Huh. Have you eaten? I had a burger earlier today. Yeah, we take those. Huh. How long ago was earlier today? Like 3 o'clock and it's almost 8 o'clock. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 5. Yeah, I wonder if it'll show up on the camera. No, it seems to be... I thought it was, carpal tunnel or something. Because it seems to be triggered by, like, if I have my finger in, like, the mouse position, like, my clicking finger. That's the one that starts to, like, shake. But it doesn't happen all the time, and it seems to go away if I just, like, do a couple of these. Could be tremors, too, yeah. I love tremors, too. Where they run around. But it's very slight, and it doesn't hurt or anything. And I've been looking online, and some people are like, oh yeah, you need to eat more magnesium, or you need to eat more calcium. Could be anything. You have clicking disease. It's from clicking too much. I asked ChatGPT. Don't forget to stretch the wrist. Yeah, gotta do one of these. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And you gotta do your thumb specifically too, which you're supposed to do. What you're supposed to do is put your hand like this and then very slightly pull your thumb back. But I had mentioned this before, and it's easier to show. Like, with this hand, I can put this hand perfectly, like, upside down. But I broke my right wrist twice. Once in first grade and then again in third grade. So I had a lot of immobility while I was growing. And it's one of those things, I think I only realized it this year or last year. I was like trying to do some kind of stretch and I realized my hand, I can't get my hand to go further than this. Like, this hand can lay perfectly horizontal. This one cannot. I can't get my wrist to bend all the way like this without like twisting my upper body. Joe has 2 ties on. I'm twice as fancy. So as a result, I can't do the proper stretch thing. I can kind of go like this though, which is almost the same. Cartilage might be stuck in your joints. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, I'll see if I can... Again, it's very subtle. It's like right here, like in the space between my finger and my thumb. I just start like this part of my flesh starts like tightening up. And then this finger kind of like wiggles back and forth. It's very strange. Yeah, this is not like a medical emergency or anything. This has been there for about a week now, which is usually I'm like, do something for a week and see if it changes. Unless you're in intense pain. It's a big medical, huh? Yeah, and half the time I play this deck, I'm like, man, I need more starters. I don't have enough starters. I have too many hand traps. And then I get hands like this where it's like, man, I wish I had more hand traps. Do I just do this now and hope they don't have any yummies? If I let them go, this just gets them so much. Fuck it. Let's hope they have the reverse problem of me and their hand is all starters. No, and there's the one of Cupsy. Yeah, that's why I got this thing. Because I was like, okay, maybe if I do some stretch training for my hand. I do one of those and then maybe like hold it down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That does seem to help it in the temporary. Like, it's not wiggling right now, but it does seem to come back. I mean, what was it? One of the problems, of course, with any trying to diagnose things yourself is I look online and it's like, well, it could be that you don't have enough magnesium. Try eating more nuts. Some peanuts will do that. And some people, it's not, you don't have enough calcium. Try eating more cheese. And some people are like, oh, that might be the start of carpal tunnel. Make sure you do more wrist exercises. And so I've just been doing all three. And so as a result, if it does get better, I won't know which one it was because I just did all three at once. You're tearing the protein in your hand. You have cancer, Joe. Probably. Yeah, the weird thing was, well, I started to get worried because then it appeared in my other hand. But on this hand, it's like my middle finger that does it. So I'm like, okay, well that leans it less towards being a carpal tunnel thing and more towards being like a nutrient deficiency thing. But then this one went away after like 2 days. A mild case of microplastics. It's like me, full of plastics. My father, full of lead. My grandfather, full of asbestos. Ready, set, go! Thank you for the gifted sub. And if you didn't get one, chat, you gotta type evaded in the chat. Did I say thank you to JSB Shingo? You know what? Thanks to you again! Or for the first time. One or the other. Either way. I see what happens when people over self-diagnose. Yeah. Well, that's, at least for me, and maybe if anyone's in the medical field or whatever, it's like, I will self-diagnose if the treatment is something that is, like, easy to do or something that, like, I maybe should do anyway. It's like, will stretching out my hand hurt me? Like, no, I should probably, just in time, buddy. It's probably something I should be doing regardless. Yeah, I guess we just try this. I don't want to use the Copernicus because under Herald it just, banishes it. Hello, would you like bait? We can't nib anyway because of Dominus Purge. True. Okay. Go Abyss King Gilgamesh. Garugamesh. Imperm. In the pendulum zone, too. It's like they knew. Battle phase. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. Yeah, I think this is the biggest threat to me. W gifts today. Yeah, everyone's being really nice. I don't know what I did. I appreciate it, though. Floating effect? Either way, I'm getting rid of that arc light. Unless you want to be silly about it. What's the worst he could float into? Oh, that was not the right choice. Yo, what up, fucker? Wouldn't it be a shame if I was untargetable forever? Let's see. Okay. I mean, unfortunately, they can get big enough to just attack over this. Do they know? Okay. I mean, that might prove to be a problem later. We're already locked. Yeah, we get locked as soon as we breathe. I can't tell if we're winning or not. Hard to say, hard to leg. Okay, going for Masquerena here. Spa. That's not going to help you the way you think it is, buddy. Yeah, we're going to go for Surveyor. Locked under Impulse. Oh, yeah. You may find my monsters to be quite untargetable, Mr. Bond. Yeah, they have to negate that now. Otherwise, I can place the gate, and they can't negate that. Because it only negates activations. Don't tell me last card is Ash. No, it doesn't look like it. Yep, we get Griffin. Is our Link monster a hard once per turn? It is. It is, but we can just make it and then go into DDD Divisor. Untargetable Divisor with 2 sucks is going to be a little bit difficult for them to deal with, I feel like. Doom, 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 boom, doom, doom, doom. Bright Armageddon is randomly good here. It's not randomly good. There's a reason I picked it. That's a big monster, yeah. Unfortunately, they can get a whole bunch of attack and probably beat over this. If this is normal summoned, you can add 1 yummy spell trap. Yeah, I think we do just take that. While we can. Huh. I wonder if that means I still have to destroy the thing. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and this is like a non-targeting bounce, right? No, it targets. Yeah, unfortunately, SP kind of like plays around everything we want to do here. Measles. Huh? Sure, why not? If another monster is summoned while this monster is on the field, make your opponent choose a pendulum they control and negate the effects of all other monsters they currently control. That's what you get for playing pendulums! Secret effect! I've got a secret card and an even more secret effect. Oh, and I can't use this because the thing's gone. Does that still negate everything? Dark contract with the frontal cortex. Okay, yeah, they're still not negated. The secret effect's now once per turn. Yeah, but they have to control a pendulum, and I don't think they're going to be controlling it. Well, I don't know, maybe the sofa chords. Maybe they'll just keep doing that. It would be funny. Yeah, and the queen's in the graveyard, so I don't have access to that, unfortunately. Maybe he thinks it's a hard once per turn. Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, don't assume, you know, just use they. You don't know if Big D is a... Okay, Big D is a guy. What else could it be? The Big O. Big O. Big O, Big O, Big O. Bum, 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 bum. Big O. Big O, Big O, Big O. They said I was a fool to stay in that game, but look who's laughing now. The time limit win is real. And that's Bright Armageddon. That was a long one. I'm not sure how the editor's going to get around it, but I feel like we got to include it because it's very funny. That finally came up. Why did they not end their turn or something? Yeah, I guess they would have taken a lot of damage, but not as much. After deciding. To be fair, a lot of that was probably reading the Brightest Armageddon effect and be like, you fucking what now? Excuse me? Alright, as much as I would like to wait until we get into Platinum 2, my hunger cannot be sated, chat. I need to get some food. So, we're gonna take a short little break here. I'm gonna run some ads for the people who aren't, for the people who aren't subscribed. If you are subscribed, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you are getting ads, I would advise you not to watch them. Don't pay attention. They are trying to manipulate you. I would say go get a snack of your own. Go to the bathroom. Go take a short little break, you know, have yourself a good time. For the people who are still here, you know what time it is. We're going to hit them with the spee mail. Am I subscribed? You're about to find out. How many videos are there? 207. And I ain't showing all of them. I'm just showing the ones that I like. So we're getting there, you know. We're nearing the end. We're further along than we had been. And I've got a little bit of my sandwich left, but I will not subject you to the legendary 5th Strong Bad email. Where the heck is the... There it is. Is the series ongoing? I mean, they put out one, like, this year. So it's not canceled, but they used to do these weekly. For, like, 4 years they did it weekly, and then they kind of stopped. But they still do release Strong Bad emails from time to time. So it's no longer a regular series, but it is still a series. All right. Now that I have food, we can go back to the duel. Uh-oh, back to the duel again. Oh no, back to the duel again. Kind of like Salad Fingers is still a series. I don't think Salad Fingers was ever on like a regular release schedule. Alright, we're back at it, another duel, and this time, I've got part of a turkey cheddar bacon sandwich. Oh. It's pretty yummy. Oh boy. Perulia, go. I see. Can I beat a Lunalight deck? Probably not, right? Like going second? Like I just don't think I have an out to Leo Dancer. Unless I can somehow bait everything out and then make two things. I guess I'll do this. Yeah, my only hope is draw into something that can disrupt them. And or, oh, hope they brick or something like that. Alright, alright. Turn skipping works too, yeah, when we have all the starters. Yeah, I feel like if you're playing Lunalight, you just gotta go all in. Negate the activation, okay. No, wait. Try this. We need, yeah, because we need to get both. This will be weird, but we can do it. Normal summon this. Then we get Dark Contract with the Scared Doggo. Unless they imperm. So I've risked all and lost then. Yeah, unfortunately that kind of stops me from doing everything. Like, I can still do some stuff, but it's not as much. Oh, I should have kept this in hand and Pendulum summoned. Oh wait, this is a 1, never mind. Looks like it's our good friend Mach X Turbo again. Still pretty good. It's fairly good. It really depends on what the rest of the stuff in their hand is. Yeah, and they just send another Silver Hound. Oh, it's only Spell Trap. Okay, so they can't negate this. I think. Yeah. I think you can attach the big fusions. No. They're unaffected by all card effects, except Lunalights. Heavy polymerization. Oh, are they just getting it to... Yeah, they're just summoning it now. Well... That's Liger Dancer. Do I do this to stop from taking... This could attack twice, right? Yeah, so I think I have to do this anyway. Just to pop this, so there's a chance that I don't die immediately. And that's it. Arc Crisis is a big man. It is, but they would have to bait out both of these. Is there a way I could have sequenced this better, perhaps? Or was Imperm plus a Spell Trap negate too much regardless of what we did? I think we were screwed either way. It's one of those things I didn't realize... I didn't think they had enough ways to get rid of Mach X. So maybe I should start it with monster effects. You already have game. You had game just with that on board. You can attack twice. They need more game. Yeah, it feels like we haven't won hardly any coin tosses today. We don't have a starter, so we want to wait. We're up against Bakura, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you down to Yugi and Joey. Come on, Mr. Homie. Yeah, we'll ash that. Bigabonga. Rip. The troll will need to save us. We can only hope. I wonder what they're waiting for. Ah, it's this. I'd heard about this in Genesis. I didn't think people were using it in, whatchamacallit, in Master Duel. Chaos Angel! All monsters can't be destroyed by battle, but they aren't unaffected, so I can use any kind of destruction effect. Unizombie, eh? I don't know if this will help, but we'll try. Oh yeah, the Pump King stuff isn't out yet, so I don't know what this does. Okay, any DD card is full combo. Son of a bitch. This isn't a zombie, so it can't attack this turn. That's good. Mizuki. They just goblin zombieing. Yeah, just to search again. I mean, this seems like the best option. Just stop them from doing it. Did Bakura play zombies in the anime? I forget. Bark, bark! Lore accurate called by. What car does your neighbor have? A loud one. It's the guy across the street. He goes to work at like 7 in the morning too, and I'm like trying to sleep, and it's only. I was like, why do you need to do that? All right. Please no ash blossom. Please no ash blossom. Please no ash blossom. Please no ash blossom. I would like you to not have an ash blossom if you can. Pardon me. Zombie world. We do have another term if they don't summon anything else. If they send Glow Up Bloom, I can negate it. Baller Drock. Nah, they're just like, I'll wait till next time. Fuck. They have another Mizuki in hand, don't they? We'll die to the contract, no. You what? Huh? Huh? Oh, they can make a level 12 synchro. I think I'll have more than 1,000 left. Yeah, I will survive. And we can Dominus Impulse the Baller Drock. Okay, I think I can get out of this. There's finally a DD card. Ouchie wah. No, I don't think you will. Okay. Can I clean up from here? I think so, but we'll find out. Give me the queen. We get this. This sends the guy. Time to pop pop. That triggers the queen. You can keep punching into Adamancipator. I'd rather just take everything apart. Yeah, wait, why would I keep punching over Adamancipator when I could just get rid of everything and then attack directly? That would do more damage. Solomon. Grab me one of you. Speaking of aura, chat. Marksman King Tell Effect. Fuck you! Remember that Gilgamesh burns you? Does it? And if you do, take 1,000. Ah! I almost forgot about that. Okay, I will not activate the effect. That could have been... I mean, it would have been very funny. I would have learned a thing. There were multiple people saying it, to be fair. Yeah, without doing that, we're gonna have a little bit of a tricky problem, but I think we still got it. I do need a way to either kill them here or destroy my own thing, though. Yeah, we can do this. One scale. 9 scale. That's game, yeah. I don't even need to do the rest. Battle phase. My neighbor is in a hurry to get the fuck out of here before the duel is over. Holy shit. The truck of victory. Oh, that was one of those ones where it's like, on the one hand, we did have the 800 life point comeback. On the other hand, the fact that it got that close against like a ye olde zombie deck is almost embarrassing. Victory screech! A very funny duel. What the heck were they on? Yeah, it's just some kind of zombie deck. Ghost fusion. The sphere mode. Sure. One Doug Charger. One Dangerous Gaboo. Weird. Oh, and Lars. What is this punk engine? They want to jam fever. Haven't you ever had a fever? And the only thing that could solve it was more cowbell? It's like that. Look, I got a fever. And the only cure for that fever is more cowbell. Why is the one Adamantipator? You know what? I didn't even question it at the time, but why were they playing an Adamantipator? They didn't use the effect. Is it part of some weird combo?
Yes.
A tuner? There are better zombie tuners, right? Yeah, we got a bunch of combo pieces. Draw phase Foolos. Alright. Fiendsmith gets me a whole lot of draws off of Fuelos, unless you've got the Droll. Wait, Searching Paradise? Huh? What now? They search, and then if they have Droll, they can Droll themselves. Fiendslop. Woo. Poo on you in the eyes, I said a Fiendslop. A woo. Your school's stupid, your school's waha, Fiendslop. A doo 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 doo. To no avail you taco Nazi. Take a thing and dance on lassie. Sing and dance and bake a cake uncut. Whoa! Why do they not toss the bat clock? I don't know. Oh, they are doing it. They gonna give me a draw. I guess because they'll give me a draw, but also they'll get a trap, and also they'll get to destroy something in my hand. Ugh. Well, you know the good thing, chat. If they eradicate our epidemic, they will find that it won't be very useful. Surprise! My spells are monsters! Does that kill all the pendulums? No. They're monsters. Well, that's unfortunate. They're only spells when they're in the scale, yeah. Okay. So we draw. We immediately discard this. So once you summon the thing from the hand, I will get one more draw. Yeah, that's fine. They can't activate it this turn, right? Oh, they can do it right now. We banishing the Fiendsmith? I was gonna wait for them to tribute this off and then get this out. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then they summon it back now. full force. That also does nothing to me. Of course, the removal is going to do something. Alright, so they get to destroy one thing, and then all they have is the full force, which doesn't hurt me, and the other, whatchamacallit, big welcome, but that doesn't do anything either. And I think no matter what 2 cards they do, we still have access to some kind of combo. They've set another card. So that could do something. Yeah, if one of those is removal. Didn't they get to look at my hand? Oh, 1500 or less defense. Ah, I got that reversed. I can still do stuff. Yeah, we'll shuffle that back out. Ah, this. Yeah, I forgot about Desiree. Yep. Should have banished Engraver, I suppose. Oh, whoops, I did that the reverse. Mr. Smith. What would have happened if you banished Cloak? Not sure what you mean. Which one's Cloak? Yeah, I guess if I had banished... Yeah, if I hadn't misread Full Force Virus, I would have banished the clock. But I misread the... I thought it destroyed monsters with 2,000 defense or higher. But it was tribute one with 2,000 defense or higher. Destroy the 1,500 or lower. So yeah, I should have gotten the clock, actually. Yeah, it's fine. I guess this duel is just not gonna be on the thing anyway. They just outside revving their engines for no reason. The truck is getting impatient. Great. Every Foolos! Yeah, unfortunately, that just ends it. Oops, all hand traps. And that's 75, so if they have anything. And these just come back, so they can just add them again, right? Genuinely, we pass. They just have game already, even with what we know they have. Oh? Card or effect. Yeah, I've got to try. They let me get this far. Okay, well, I'm not dead. Unless they can quick effect summon some shit. There's hope, you know. Hope dangles on a string, like slow spinning redemption, winding in and winding out. The shine of it has caught my eye. Oh, it has to be activated this turn. Okay, normal summon this. They readin'. Huh. Oh, I was like, I can pendulum summon a 1 scale. I can't. What's it called? That other UR that I don't have? Spirit Mastery. I keep thinking it's a contract, but it's not. Oh, hey, one free pull, chat. One free pull. One free pull. Huh. That's a really good pickup. From a one free pull. Holy shit. Well, I'm glad we got one of those. That's not even in the... That's just from the master pack. It's crazy, yeah. What'd it do? Oh, are you not familiar with Fancy Ball? So link 3, 2+ effect monsters. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field or graveyard, banish this card that was summoned this turn until the end phase. If you do, negate that effect and banish it. During your opponent's main phase, you can immediately link summon a link monster, and if you do, and if this card would be used as the material, you can also use one link 2 or lower monster your opponent controls. Neither player can activate the effects of link monsters in response to this activation. So it's another target for, like, if you make IP, you can go into Fancy Ball, and then Fancy Ball gives you the ability to either negate a monster effect and banish it, or link summon like IP again, potentially using the opponent's stuff if they have links. Puri Resi map. Too much. Oh yeah, that's way too much life point lost. We'd be on like 1,000 when we start when our opponent starts their turn. And then all they have to do is pass, and if we don't have a way to negate our own dark contract, we lose. Get more field spell. I think this is better than the field spell, because this searches Queen. And if you search Queen and they activate Droll, you can still combo. Whereas, if you activate this and get Kepler and they Droll, then you're just passing. Small World for budget reasons, no, we can't do that. So let's put the second one back in. One in perm. You could grab Copernicus. Yeah, but the thing is, I won't know if they have Droll until after I've added. Play an Impulse for Crossout. I'm playing a in perm for Crossout because that's much more likely. Okay. Alright, so we're not doing too terribly, but it feels like we've got an awful lot of duels where we are opening too many hand traps. So I've decided to change that a little bit. Okay. Alright, we're not doing too terribly bad, but we've been running into two problems specifically. One, too many hands where we've got nothing but hand traps and not enough starters, which is weird because we have more starters than hand traps. And yet we keep opening with, like, double Droll or 3 copies of Fuelos or something like that. It's just ridiculous. And then the other thing is Dominus Impulse. As good as that card can be, as effective as it is, the fact of the matter is, it turns off all the other hand traps. You know, if we use that, then Maxi, Droll, both the Charmies, Nibiru, all of those are offline. And it's just not really worth it when most of the time you want to Dominus at the start of what they're trying to do, not wait until after you've used all your resources or whatever. So I've taken out the Dominus Impulse. We've got 1 Imperm, so we're still, like, not completely out on hand traps. That also gives us something we can use for Crossout, because we've been getting hit with Imperm a lot. And then we put in 2 new starters, Nightmare Throne and Dark Spirit's Mastery. This one can search any fiend with 0 attack and defense, so it gets Savant Kepler and Copernicus, depending on what we need. And then Dark Spirit Mastery adds a level 8 fiend, which is pretty much just Doom Queen or the Count Surveyor, which is why we're keeping this at 2. I think adding these in to give us more searches so we can get into our combo pieces will make us a little more effective, while not doing too much to stop our hand traps. But I guess we'll see. This is version of the deck 1.5. Let's try it again. I'm too big. Whoop, 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 whoop. A high-stakes battle, but not for me. Get to go first. That's cool. And surely, with less hand traps, I will not go first and open a whole bunch of them, right? Right? Okay, good. I was worried for a second. And we've even got an Ash to stop their hand traps. Let's begin with this. Let's get the Queen. And again, you always want to start with the Queen because Droll is everywhere. Let's put this on the scale. Doesn't look like they've got Droll. We'll hit that. Give them the old pop pop. I just realized we have all the graveyard cards in our hand. So, Savant Copernicus actually does, like, nothing. I think we want to summon Surveyor. Yeah. We want to get Surveyor. And then this lets us get Copernicus. Not that we need it. Or, no, we just get Surveyor. Surveyor for Surveyor. We're surveying the land. Boo, boo, boo. Let me think about this. Yeah, this one's more immediately useful. We get this, and we're just going to make this right here. So we go for Garugamesh. Hopefully they haven't been saving the Imperm for this. Doesn't look like it. We get these two fuckers. And then we can... Let's see, do I have a level 4? I don't. This can become a level 4. Okay, yeah. We'll do Surveyor. Surveyor makes itself level 4. And... Oh, wait, no, we don't want to do this yet. Then we do this. One way or another, we'll get there. No. We'll make this level 4. Time to go into the wisest King Solomon. Yeah, these combos are much easier to freestyle than the previous versions of the deck. We can do this, and we can add Griffin, which will be useful. Let's go ahead and do King Tell. Nope, not yet. And then we make ourselves Nibiru proof. Yeah, we're gonna do you, and we're gonna use this to bring back the tuner. But it came back. Oh, why did I want to send anything to the graveyard? We'll put a Griffin in the graveyard. Sure, why not? And then we're going to Pendulum Shokan. I think just these two. We'll get this and this. Chain Link 1. We're going to discard the Necro Slime. Chain Link 2, add a Dark Contract. And DD Headhunt is not a Dark Contract, so this doesn't actually get us anything we'd want. But we'll have one of these for next turn. Or we'll have 2 of them for next turn. Sure, fine, whatever. Alright, Clovis. Clovis, bring back the dude. Griffin summon from graveyard. Yeah, we'll have to do that. I should be able to. Yeah, I can pop this. That gets me another Pendulum Summon. We'll go ahead and Necro Slime. We'll make Alfred using itself, and I guess this. Then Alfred will make Genghis by shuffling these 2 back. Then we'll use our second Pendulum Summon to get Griffin. That'll trigger the Genghis to get Griffin. That'll trigger Genghis to search us the Headhunt. Then we make Wave High King Genghis. And then we can do something we rarely do, which is make Wave King Caesar before he got high. This was before he met Afro Man. And the reason you do that is now you can make Machinex, and it already has 2 material. So you can detach 2, then destroy this, then detach another 2. So now he has 3 sucks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of interaction. 9 if you include the Queen in the extra deck. Now, of course, Super Poly, Lava Golem, Forbidden Droplet, there are a lot of ways that you could get around this. Especially in this deck where they have all the spell trap removal. and infinite extension. I assume this is Radiant Typhoon. Yeah. I'll just take Eldam. Eldam. I was worried about that. The question is, do you have a trap you can discard? Because if you somehow don't know Forbidden Droplet, you can't chain the type of cards that they discard. So if they discard a monster, you can't negate it with a monster. That's where it's most useful, because they can get rid of all of these things. But if they don't discard a trap, then I can chain the trap, and then I can chain Siegfried to my own trap. It's no longer activating next in the chain to Forbidden Droplet, so I can negate the Forbidden Droplet. Of course, if they send the monster on the field, then I have nothing to target with the trap, and I can't activate the trap. I'm sorry, what? Oh, they sent a trap. Fuck. I didn't think they would do that. I guess they do have traps. They drew the one of. They watched your stream, no! The question now, of course, is they get to negate two things. What two things? Oh, three things. They sending off him as well. So they can stop 3 of my disruptions. They know we searched the trap. Yeah, but I wasn't sure if they would realize the, like, implications of, like, doing that. Destroy a card? No. Oh, that's why I was asking. I was like, wait, what? They left Machinex, yeah. MST to take out the trap, I assume. But you can't stop Ash. I had 10 points of interaction, actually. Maybe they think Machinex is once per turn, possibly, yeah. I mean, touche to my opponent. They almost got me. If I didn't draw the, like, generic hand trap, it would have been much better for them. But there you go. That's what happens when you go full combo. Every combo. That's Duel 45 versus Radiant Typhoon. Did you have Queen and Extra that game? Yeah. Was that a virus trap and a monster? No, we should real quick. It wasn't, they didn't discard a virus. They discarded the Radiant Typhoon trap, and they had other traps. And they discarded Lilith, the Lady of Lament. Tribute a dark monster, reveal 3 normal traps. Your opponent chooses 1 to set on your field. So they're just like, you know, I don't need my normal summon in this deck. Normal summon Lilith. Search Harpy's Featherstorm. Which, I mean, if you're going to do that, I would just play Trap Trick, you know? That's foul. Search the Featherstorm. It might also be a small world bridge. Maybe that's why they play it. Small world, and then you have a wind monster that isn't... Does it have anything in common with Lilith? No. Huh. I was like, these two seem like a bridge. 2000 0. 2915. Level 3. I mean, yeah, that's I get the Radiant Typhoons, you know, they're all different types. So you could, like, reveal any Radiant Typhoon, send a different Radiant Typhoon. Oh, no, send Lilith, and then I guess search Harpy Dancer? Is that what they're trying to do? No, you can't do it that way, because Lilith doesn't share anything with Harpy Dancer. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is, like, I assume they use the small world. Like, you can use the small world to bridge into, like, Croaky, I think? Yeah, because you can be like, Eldam, reveal Harpy Dancer, and then search Croaky. Like, that's why this is here. Although, you could also do it with Fuelos, right? Because they're all wind, but they're all different levels, attack, and type. Yeah, any of the level 3s can be small-worlded with Fuelos into Croaky. Can't get Croaky through Dancer? Why not? Oh, they're both winged beasts. Yeah, that is weird. 0 defense with Droll. Ah, okay. So reveal any one of these. Droll is a wind, but it's a spellcaster with 0/0. And then this is a dark fiend with 0 defense. Gotcha. I like this game of Find the Small World Bridge. Oh, hey, I get to go first. It feels like that hasn't happened in a while. Going first makes me wanna dive. I go into pools and I swim around. Hello there. It's me. Oh, please don't hit me with Maxi. I don't want to be Maxied. Please don't hit me with Fuelos. I don't like that either. Oh, I did this wrong. No, it's fine. I just need to activate this. No. We learned our mistake from last time. Wise King Solomon, he's very, very smart. You get to Wise King Solomon and then you fart. Let's just get Surveyor. Let's go into King Tell. Another banger, Captain Hardleg. And then we activate Count Surveyor. That lets us get the Necro Slime into the graveyard. And that lets us search a thing. I guess we'll search one of these. We got everything else. All right. Ragnarok. Or Gilgamesh. Whatever. You know what it is. We still do this, right? Yeah, we just send another griffin so we have one in the graveyard. So if we get an extra summon at some point, we'll be fine. Alright, they trying to play through everything. Either that or they have Nibiru. No. I see. A fellow DDD enjoyer. They are on a very different build than we are. They got 3 Dark Spirit Mastery, plus the U-Bell, plus our good friend Thomas. And only 1 scale. Lots of one-ofs here. 3 Dominus and a red reboot. Copy-paste, Joe. I like Thomas. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Well, might as well, just in case it's canine. Let's go. Get Queenie. Surrender. Fast. Where's Kinger? You're gonna abstract like that? Platinum 2, here we come. La 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 la. Going first again. It's the rank up game, baby. Tug on my ties for good fortune. No, my tie. It's supposed to be a clip on, and yet here it is, clipping off. This is a weird one. Fuck. Fuck, shit, fuck. I'm wasting precious time. They're already laughing at me. Look at their name. They're all gonna laugh at you. We'll just have to do it Tylus. They call me Tylus Joe. Oh, I gotta discard a card. Yep, goodbye, troll. I forgot I had to discard. Pendulum scale. It's fine. I'll just wear it over my shoulder. That'll be the whole new thing, to wear a tie like a scarf, you know? We'll just give it one of these. Haha. Let's grab... who do we grab? One of you? One of you. Activate. We gonna pop this. Oh. Ash block. Ooh. Spicy nuggets. I see, I see. Okay. Activate this. Activate Count Surveyor. Discard the Griffin. Chainlink 1 Griffin. Chain link to Ragnarok. Bring back the Griffin so we can search Headhunt. Yeah, bet you didn't expect that. No normal yet? Yeah, we haven't normaled yet. They could have Imperm. Yeah, they can't. We don't have to worry about Nibiru anymore. They have used their out to Nibiru. Impulse is a hard once per turn, so they can't Impulse again. Yeah, they Imperming that, which does slow us down quite a bit. It might even stop us. I haven't thought this all the way through, to be honest. What are you saying over there? Ooh, I can add anything to my deck. Do I want to get the Headhunt, or do I want to try to go further? Yeah, I haven't normal summoned yet, right? Yeah. Copernicus is the better option. So we Copernicus. Yeah, we send Lance Soldier. We can still do everything. Lance blows up this. Change to level 4. Then we make Wise King Solomon, the wisest one of all. You think that you're a Solomon until you fall. I don't know why I use the British song for him. That's just how I'm feeling, you know? We'll send this. We'll get, Scale Surveyor? Ooh, wait. Orthos. Yeah, because we don't have the way to do the other thing. So this might be the way we get to the one guy. Okay. Then we make King Tell, and because we can't do the Gilgamesh thing... Oh, might as well burn him for 1,000. Why not? $1,000. Then we go right into Ragnarok. Marksman effect. Send the Necro Slime. Then it's Alfred time. Alfred! Yeah, I guess we... No, we want to reuse Copernicus at some point. Okay, we make Alfred. We go Alfred into Genghis using the cards we banished. We... Pendulum Shokan. Then we bring back King Tell, I think, actually. Yeah. Actually, I don't think it really matters. Oh, does it? No. We don't want to go for Brightest Armageddon. Yeah, there's maybe a way... No, we already used the search effect. Oh yeah, and then we use this to make Siegfried. And then we make Divisor on top of the Ixie. Alright. So through 2 hand traps, we've still made pretty much the full end board. We didn't get to the trap, but we got everything else. Now hopefully I can get my tie back on in the right way before they, like, completely decimate us. And they didn't decimate us. We didn't even need the tie. Ha! You almost made me use my entire ties. I'll only need half of my ties to defeat you, lol. And with that, we work our way into Platinum 2. We're slowly making our way downtown. Yeah, they waited all that time. They wanted to see what we got and see what they drew. I appreciate it, you know. Checking out, but there we go. We got it. I guess we could check what they were so laughing about. The man. I see. 48 card, the man. Do you really need Draco Utopian Aura? I mean, I guess it's kind of good going first, but I feel like you would rather have a slimmer deck that's more consistent. Why are they playing Desires? They like to draw cards. Don't you like to draw cards? It has aura. Please time yourself out. Man sees negate, can't help themselves. Well, I was playing all the solemns and then they limited them to one. The assholes. It's to compensate for the limited solemns, I guess. To be fair, if they had top decked the Super Poly, I was dead. Three dark monsters on the field. I understand why they waited. Got him. Thanks, Freddy. I'm glad someone's on it. Jump on it. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. Get in it. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy, 'cause it's easy come, easy go, little high, little low, hit me where the wind blows, doesn't really matter to me, dun, dun. Boom, 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 boom. Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, and now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really matters. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 boom. Too late. My time has come. Send shivers down my spine. Body's aging all the time. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. Ooh. I'm gonna sing the whole song now. Doing the, like, you know, gotta moosh by yourself. It don't work very well. Like, this will not know. You need at least two people to really make that work. Guitars. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. No, nothing really matters to me. Bohemian Rhapsody is like 2 songs. It's like 3 songs. At least. It's got several different movements. Fandango, scattering, perhaps. Look at this Balatro-ass hand! 2 pair! Are you a Duran Duran fan? I don't have any, like, harsh feelings about Duran Duran, but I only know, what? There's, like... And I'm hungry like the wolf. I smell like I'm sound. I'm lost and I'm found. I'm on the hunt. I'm after you. New World? I'm not sure if I know New World. I know, there's that one, and there's, I believe this is Duran Duran, right? The, like, her name is Rio, and she dances on the sand. Do I in-perm this chat? Or do I just wait until my turn? Yeah, because they're gonna discard from my hand, right? I don't want that. Stop it. Wait, yeah, too late. Yeah, I always kind of get Duran Duran confused with, what are they called? Because they're both new wave bands. The ones that did, Mad World and Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Something, something, click yellow. Now it's a true Balatro hand! Now I got a full house even! How did I draw 5 cards in brick? And they're all 1 scales too. Dun da da dun da dun da 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 dun dun da da dun da dun da da. Tears for Fears. I like Tears for Fears a little better than Duran Duran, at least from what I've heard. Third Griffin? No, not quite. I mean, maybe on the draw phase. No, Copernicus. Yep, let's just do this and draw, so if they summon out of the deck again. Or who knows, maybe they'll use the Ripper on it. The secret great 80s band is Men at Work. The only song I know from them is Down Under, which is kind of like a novelty, goofy song. Do 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 do. The Mad World acoustic. Yeah, most people know the acoustic version of Mad World more than the original. That was made for the Donnie Darko movie, I believe. The Australian national anthem. No, that would be, what's their name? They're like Oil and Water or something. What? I forget the name of that band. They're like fucking huge in Australia, though. How can we sleep when the world keeps turning? Boom, 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 boom. How can we go when our beds are burning? Yeah, I think we go for Scale Surveyor. We surveying. Troll. Boo doo 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 doo. Yeah, that gives us a 9 scale. So we can do her. They would have drolled themselves, Shirley. Yeah, good point. And don't call me Shirley. They reading these cards for the first time. They're like, fuck, there's so much text. What kind of asshole plays pendulum cards? Timeout is the win con. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! To lead, not to read. What do we summon? I think it's Orthos. I think it's Orthos, because then we can do silly shit, right? Oh, they just flipping it down now? I guess that makes sense. I probably should have put it over here instead of in the middle. Oh, they ripping. Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. No, that was last episode. Welcome to my life. There's no turning back. Even while we wait, you will find me acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. Does this destroy as... No, it destroys for effect. Okay, so let's try this then. Because this can negate a card that activates in the hand or graveyard. Yeah. So we need them to use that there. Because we really want this to resolve. Plus, we already have another extender. Plus, we could fucking pendulum. Okay, so we pop this. And this is where they reveal they have a Bestial the whole time. Or a called by. That ain't a called by. Now they get the hand rip guy, they've got a 60% chance to hit a card that, like, we have 2 copies of. Gotcha. Oh, they get to look at one. Okay. You got a lot of reading to do, buddy. Yeah, they pick the high scale. Is this once per turn? Yeah. I think I need to get rid of this because this can do stuff. Yep, then we're gonna go for this. We have Garugamesh. Okay. The question is, do I have enough scales left in deck? Yeah, we can get a 9 and a 1. Yeah, we need to do that. My neighbor's car is exceptionally loud. One, two... Fuck. I messed up there. Not what I wanted. The only one left. What is Zeus? DD or Dark Contract you could just control. It doesn't say face up. I wonder if I can. No, you can't. Gotcha. I can do... Yeah. Can do this. Ragnarok. Blow up this. Second Pendulum Summon. No, we want... Yeah. Now I'm running out of time. Oh, why, thank you. We're going to do this, we're going to activate this, and then we pass. It's not great, but it might be enough. Oh yeah, and Gilgamesh is still here. Could have summoned 2 4s. Yeah, maybe that would have been better. I was running out of time. The loudest car in the history of the world. My neighbor's gonna end up doxing me. Just because people are going to be able to identify that car simply for being the loudest in the world, and they'll be able to find out where I live. Look at your opponent's hand? Sure. They'll come together to make you play Vehicuroids in honor of the loud-ass car. I think that's one of the few decks I would just outright, like, veto. Like, even on, even for Jankmas, I would not play Vehicuroid. Jax. Oh, does that not trigger the... Oh, I don't have one in my extra deck. Fuck. Now I do. Oh. Wrong one. Oh, Well, thank you. Oh, they can just beat over it, unfortunately. Oh, but they ain't going to. At least they won't OTK. They won't. I think it might be time, chat. Oh, Zeus. Fucking Zeus! Oh, it's a one-mat Zeus. Yeah, good point. Yeah, if you want to get yourself out of there, go right ahead. Makes it easier to OTK. Once again, the brightest Armageddon secures me the win. Fool! Lamau. Lol, even. Alright, as fun as this has been, chat, I do need to wrap things up, I think, unfortunately. Do we include that one? Probably not. I did play into something, yeah. Duel 48 versus K9. Skip their first turn and begin when I start breaking their board. Yeah, we were already at the 5-hour mark. I went later than usual because, whatchamacallit, because we spent the first hour just yapping about general stuff. How's the duel pass going? Almost to the end. We had the fusion, yeah. We summon it, we link it away. We had a synchro, but it would not be difficult to get to another synchro. Because we had the wolf in the extra deck. So all we had to do is like make one synchro, get the slime into the graveyard, and then we had all the materials to make 4D. And then that would have absolutely just demolished the entire game. I don't know why he didn't attack. He didn't think it did anything, I suppose. Either that or he was really, really low on time. Hard to say. Hard to leg. Either way, thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this. We're not done with stream, but we're done with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Half of the stream. If all you want is Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know, we're going to be going... We play a little bit Outer Wilds to end things off. But if you really like this, I'll always remind people I have a Discord. It is for patrons only. So if you want to be part of a small community that has a very short paywall, but a paywall that helps support the channel, ensure that, like, I never have to take ads. Like, have you ever seen me read for Raid Shadow Legends or fucking some kind of dumb meal plan thing or a mobile game that has a bunch of gacha elements in it? I guess technically Master Duel is that, but I don't advertise for that. The first Outer Wild stream I catch, yeah. Consider doing that, you know, join up, become part of the community, help me out. www.patreon.com/hardleggaming. You can also, if you're unfamiliar, I'm mostly known for my YouTube channel, linked up there, youtube.com/hardleggaming. I guess it's not linked. You'd have to type it or like search it, but if you search Hardleg Gaming, you should be able to find it. At least you can craft cards in Master Duel, exactly. So you can go, you know, if you don't have money, you can go subscribe over there, watch some ads or whatever. That would help me out. It's not as good as the Patreon, but it's still all right. It still helps the channel grow and everything. You can, of course, follow here. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday doing Yu-Gi-Oh! I also do stuff on Friday. In this case, we will be doing more Yu-Gi-Oh! This Friday. We'll be playing Master Duel Masochist. So you can look forward to that. Oh, speaking of the YouTube, tomorrow, the Speedroid ladder climb. So if you've been watching this and you're like, ooh, DDDs, do you play that every week? No. Every month I play a different deck as chosen by my patrons. This month it's DDD. Last month it was Speedroids. I climb for a whole month and then we compile all the best duels, all the best moments, and I release it as a monthly YouTube video. They're like 3 hours long. They're good like sleepy time videos to just put on in the background and enjoy. A lot of people like that. Are Twitch subs worth more than the ad revenue per month? No. Not even close. Actually, I was getting my tax stuff together last night. I've been really slacking on that. I fall asleep to them daily. I appreciate it. If you're curious how it stacks up, last year in 2025, YouTube ad revenue made me $26,000. And Twitch subs made me $6,000. That's a lot of dollars. Now keep in mind, that's for like the whole year as like a job. Also keep in mind, at least in the case of YouTube, I have editors and stuff I have to pay. Yeah, if you want the full thing, yeah, but because I always try to be transparent, you know, if I'm going to ask people for Patreon money, they should be aware of what they're doing. The Patreon made more than the YouTube again. That was the big thing about 2024. The YouTube ads overtook the Patreon for the first time. And I was like, oh, I don't have to ask people for Patreon anymore. And then the ads fell off completely. The Patreon was $28,000 all year. $28,000 from Patreon, $26,000 from YouTube, $6,000 from Twitch subs, and then another like $1,000 between like random PayPal donations, Twitch bits, Twitch ads. I made $600 in Twitch ads over the whole year. And all of that adds up. My full total money made for 2025 is $61,839. And depending on where you are in your life, you know, if you're like me, where you before this you were working fast food or retail, it's like, holy shit, that's so much. And if you're like a professional who works at like an office job, you're like, is that it for all the YouTube stuff and Twitch? Yeah, and then keep in mind, all of the editors combined last year cost me $11,000. So what I made was actually $50,000 this year. Or in 2025. And that's just that. There's also, I spent about $2,000 in various, what was it? The cost of like high-speed streaming internet, all the costumes and props and stuff, everything I bought in Master Duel, upgrades to my computer, Google Drive, all of that was about $2,000. You should eat one of those $100. And then I spent another 1,000 on commissioning art for The Legend of Lefty. Can't you write those things off on your taxes? Yes. That's why I have it written down, because I'm going to be like, these are business expenses. But I think it was Critical. He was like, there are all these people like, oh, you can write that off. And they seem to think that writing something off on your taxes means you get that money back. You don't. I still had to pay that money. That just means I don't get taxed. Or basically what it means, right, is that like, if my income was 61,000 and then I spent like 14,000 on expenses, then my income is treated as being the expenses minus the write-offs. So instead of being taxed for 61,000, I'm taxed like I made 52,000. Or I'm sorry, 48,000. Because that is what I made after all my expenses. Even if you write something off, you still bought it, yeah. Like, I don't get anything back from that. I just don't get taxed as harshly. Also, keep in mind, all of the money that I'm mentioning is before paying taxes. I also had to, I pay taxes quarterly, and it's like 2,000 every 3 months that I have to send in beforehand. I'd be pissed if I paid these taxes and got no free healthcare. I am pissed. I'm pissed that my taxes don't go to healthcare or to feed people or to build roads, that instead they get placed into bombs that are being dropped on like school children. Shit sucks. Shit makes me not want to pay my taxes. But after seriously considering it, I realized that like if I didn't pay it, they would just throw me in jail and it wouldn't do any good. Also, one of the big things that like, you know, people think that the government takes your tax money and then uses it to do things. But it doesn't. They plot out how much they're going to spend beforehand, and that is always way, way, way more than the tax money they get in. Governments print their own money. Like, your state has a budget because your state can't print dollar bills. They have to get in tax money and then look at how much money that is, and they determine what they spend. But the United States can do whatever it wants, and then just print the money to cover that cost. You can't do it to an extreme degree without messing around with some other, like, levers. And part of the reason we pay taxes is just so, like, if we didn't pay any taxes, then inflation would go even crazier. They have to take some money back out of the system so that it doesn't keep inflating. But they don't actually, at this point, use our tax money in the same way that, like, a king in an old kingdom did. Is the city council at least good at repairing parks and whatnot? It depends on your city council. Our taxes go to the White House ballroom. But I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, not to get too political again, but when we talk about free healthcare a lot of times, it's like, well, we call it free healthcare because we don't have to pay for it when we go to the doctor or whatever, but it's not free. It's being, or what was it? Well, that's the thing. It's not free because our tax money is paying for it, but actually it is free because our tax money doesn't matter. They'll be like, oh, well, we can't possibly give free healthcare. Where would we find room in the budget? And then they spend $12 trillion on the military, even though they don't have that money. So it turns out you could just pass a bill that says, yeah, we're setting aside $1 trillion for healthcare and do that, but they don't. They complain that they don't have enough money to do it, and then they spend $1 trillion on the military. But if a modern government could very easily just decide to do all of these social programs, and it wouldn't be a problem. Tax money goes into a spreadsheet, yeah. My state won't replace the bridge that's falling apart that I go across every day. Gotta run for office. Or find someone who is running for office and help them. That is all, essentially. It's weird because it's one of those things I can't tell if the people in charge are stupid or evil. Or maybe both. They could just be both. Anyway, let's go ahead and get rid of the ladder climb. Or what was it? It was, that was my definition of evil. Whereas, like, there's generally two reasons why bad things happen in this world. They either happen because people make a mistake and they do something bad that they don't need to, but they think that it's going to do something good. You know, they mistakenly believe, oh, we can't afford to house these homeless people, and it's better to put them in prison than it is to let them starve on the streets. And they're just mistaken. Like, we could house them. We could easily build enough infrastructure to make sure everyone has a home. And they just don't understand how economics works on, like, a macro scale. And then there's people doing things for malice, where they're like, fuck homeless people. Why do they get free stuff? I don't want people to have free stuff. And it's like, why not? It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't prevent you from doing anything. In fact, it makes your environment, the land around you better. Because you don't have to worry about homeless people. They have homes. They're not running around, you know, being unsightly or stealing, like, for food or whatever, or going into prostitution, or doing drugs because they have homes. They don't have to worry about it. Real malice, not malice from Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll tag you on X Twitter. Tag me on Blue Sky. I haven't logged into Twitter in more than a year. But yeah, so that was my point. Sorry, I got a little lost in the sauce there, but my point is generally, people do things for one of two reasons. Or bad things for one of two reasons. Either they're hateful and spiteful and they just want to be mean, they have malice, or they're stupid and they think they're doing a good thing, but they're mistaken. And to me, something is evil. It crosses the line from just being bad to evil when it's both. When you're doing something that is both malicious and will be bad for you, then there is no positive outcome in the slightest. Then it is just the opposite of good, which is evil. The people in charge must know something I don't, and that's the reason they aren't doing the obviously good, smart thing. The older I get, there was a time when I had that kind of trust, and I just do not anymore. There's enough, obviously, like, enough instances in my life where it's like, that is just obviously not true. Why do something that helps the populace when you can make loads of money? Yeah. That's the problem is a lot of them don't know something special, but they think they know. You know, especially when you look at, like, what billionaires seem to actually think. A lot of them are of this opinion that, like, oh, well, society only gets built with strong billionaire, like, men who are in charge of things. You know, Elon Musk is like, we need people like me because the bureaucrats can't do it. And then he does everything wrong and messes up a whole bunch of shit. And is like, well, if I'm this bad and I'm a genius, imagine how much worse it would be with other people. It's like, well, if other people work together, they would be, you know, the combined intelligence of all these people would be higher than one person's intelligence. But they seem to genuinely believe that, that, like, the world is better with them in charge, and therefore any system where, you spread out wealth so that you no longer have, very extremely wealthy people would inherently collapse and be wrong. Also, I haven't been in here since the very first day. I went down here before I had the spacesuit and it just killed me. I'm curious what will happen this time. Am I underwater? Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why I died. Okay. Are we revisiting the bramble nest? I don't know why we would. There's nothing there for us. I just had this to check out, and then I was... Huh. I moved really fast suddenly. I had this to check out, and then I was going to, what's it called? And then I was going to look on my map and see what else I had. Or not my map, my little, fuck, what's it called? Oh, there is some stuff out here. So there's several ins and outs. There's the way we came in. And then there's these two holes. Oh, is this... Ouch. Oh, this is just on the top of the town. Gotcha. Ouch. Okay. So what's in this hole then? I can't seem to get out this way. Okay. The illusion of choice. And then I think I've already been in here. Can you fly to the moon just in your suit? Possibly. Oh yeah, switch stream. Oh, I thought I did. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, the gist of this, if you're just joining for the first time... Oh. Yeah, if you're just joining for the first time, it's like a time loop. The sun keeps exploding. Every 22 minutes, the sun explodes, and then we respawn. Didn't quite make it out this time. Oop. I'm very close to death. Yeah, I don't think I've been around here. We're on the South Pole, it looks like. You're still the Master Duel category. I just changed it. Across old bark, it's always dark. The quiet shade in the ancient glade. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, it's made of the thing. Yeah, that should keep it frozen in place. As long as something's looking at it. Ah. You as well, eh? Spooky rock. Yeah, they're like... It's like DD Ghost. Oops. Nope, that didn't do anything. Church research note. Property of Church. I've detected a strange signal coming from somewhere within the grove in this crater. Very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon. That's what it... Quantum physics. Stands to reason the two signals are probably related. We don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the gravity is high or low enough on this planet. Maybe on like the southern pole or something. That I'd be able to get into orbit just using the jetpack. I can't reach escape velocity. Oh hey, I made it! I've been down here, right? Yeah. Okay. Here's how we do it, chat. I'm making it. Now, where is the moon? Uh-oh. Oh, whoops. This doesn't look good. No, it doesn't. Use your suit's... Achievement unlocked. Use your suit's oxygen an ill-advised amount of time as fuel. I made it! I made it onto the moon! Who says it can't be done? I will jump to the moon! I applaud your ingenuity in getting yourself killed. Damn it, you made me check my stream. You're welcome. Yeah, it must have been really weird for that one guy to see like a little speck, like, the fuck is that? Okay. Let's check our log real quick. There's a lot of stuff to figure out. Okay. Okay, so we know the Ash Twin Project is how we're alive. They mined ore from this craft. They checked to ensure there were no physical entrances or cracks. They discovered a species of four-eyed semi-aquatic life forms. 4 samples from the timber hearth were put there. They're trying to craft a briefly supernova-proof shell to encase the Ash Twin project. Even the smallest crack or opening. Gotcha. High Energy Lab. They successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly first observed at Whitehole Station. They discovered they could increase the negative time interval, 22-minute time interval. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not a planet. Each tower was designed to visually reflect its warp destination. Quickly travel between Ash Twin and all the other places. Whitehole Station. Yeah, the Northern Glacier. There's more to explore here. The Quantum Moon Locator. That's on... Oh yeah, the Quantum Moon. They landed a shuttle on the Quantum Moon. Always arrive on the South Pole for some reason unknown. Oops. The Quantum Caves. I found a poem written in one of the trees. There's more to explore here. Ah, I see. I wonder, I didn't realize that was on a different... Okay, I got something I can try real quick. Buckle up. Have a good one, Danny Longfellow. Okay, I need to go here. And I need to find the place where they have the ship. Or not the ship, but the... Okay. Not the ship, but the launcher. Is that it? No, that's the little town that's been destroyed. They tried to build on the surface, it didn't work very well. Not with their moon shooting moon juice all over the place. Been there with the giant rock. Yeah, I've already been there. There it is. The cannon. Because I realized I never did the thing I did with the other cannon, because there's two of these. Okay. Flat 4, now I can enjoy the rest of the stream. Awesome. Whoa. Currently resting in the quantum moon. Call shuttle home. Last time I couldn't figure out how to fly the shuttle, so I didn't even try this one. Or I did, but it felt like it just went straight into the sun. But if this one's programmed to go to the quantum moon, maybe I can get onto the quantum moon from here? Ship log updated. Yeah, we flying somewhere. Huh? So I guess the middle teleports me back. Yeah, hard to tell if I'm on some kind of, destination or if that is just lift off, go forward. It does seem to continue to do the thing. What's that beeping? Oh. Okay. So the top one does seem to be like, go to the sun. Like, no matter where we go, it sends us into the sun. So what does that one do? Does it just stop us? How do the Nomai drive these things? Do I need some kind of targeting? Or maybe it's just that I'm like flowing out, and because the sun has the highest gravitation, it slowly pulls us into them. No, that doesn't seem to like point us towards the sun. Did it send you through the sun or just near it? I think it sent us into the sun. No, this seems to be turning us around to put us towards the sun. Weird. Oh, is that the sun exploding song? Okay. Let's try this real quick, chat. Ouch. If I launch it, where does it go? Nothing but the darkness of space. Yeah, it's still not doing anything. Yeah, I wonder if I can make it onto that. Huh? What was that? Oh, did my body fall into the black hole? Yeah, that was the thing. I figured out how to lift up the forge, but I didn't figure out how to get into it. I didn't realize until just then that there seemed to be something underneath the forge. So maybe, and I was trying to get on top of it before, but maybe if I got underneath it, I might be able to get in. Wait, there's the quantum moon. Go land on it? You can't land on it. They said you could only land on the whatchamacallit. Only land on the South Pole. I don't know how to tell what part is the South Pole. Really digging the OST. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's got those space journey vibes. It's not that you can only land on the South Pole, it's that no matter where you land, you're on the South Pole. Gotcha. Yeah, it just disappears. The probe is still in there, though, so that didn't save it from not being got. Oh, I didn't see the little flag he set up. Outer Wilds Construction Corps. Where was he at again? There it is. Oh. Oh, hey, it's you. Ground control didn't tell me you were launching. Long time no see. Oh, okay. I thought maybe I could talk to him about something now that I knew that there was a, whatchamacallit, a time loop. There's his ship. And there's the thing that tracks the moon. Said there was other stuff here. Yeah, it can't track the eye of the universe. But there's the sun. There's the water planet. Giant's Deep or whatever. There's the moon. Interlock, I suppose. Or is that the... No, that's Brittle Hollow. Yeah. I guess you don't need one for our planet. It's like timber or whatever it is. It's right there. Yeah, I think I've read all this before. Yeah, they're trying to find this thing, the eye of the universe. An item older than the universe itself. Larger. Southern Glacier on Brittle Hollow has ample space. It could be constructed. Let's build it there. Begin construction immediately then. Okay. So yeah, I need to find a way to get to the... Oh, recording? Okay, no, we have seen this before. What did I miss that the thing is like, there's still more stuff here to be found? Yeah, it looks like I've found everything. Unless I take the thing out of here. How come I can hear the wind from that one? Oh, whoops. Huh? Oh, it's just its own light. Nothing. Is there a sound to the sun? Weird. Can you change the audio scope's frequency? I didn't realize I could do that this whole time. The sun makes spooky noises, maybe. Nope, no distress beacon. Quantum fluctuations on the planet. On the moon. Yeah, we know there's a distress beacon here. Lots of quantum fluctuations. Yeah, I guess I need to go back to the Sunless City. There's more there. Now, there's really not a whole lot of loose ends, it looks like. Something more on the cannon probe. Never found your way into the fossil cave? Yeah. Or the black hole forge. Oh, did I never do the scout launcher there? Well, I mean, the sun's probably going to explode any minute now, so... That's something I can do pretty easily. You haven't tried the teleporters on Ash Twin? I haven't found teleporters that work on Ash Twin. Wait. The fuck is this? How did I miss this on Timberhearth? Yeah, like, to be fair, these teleporters are only one way. They're the receiver. We need to find the place that sends you here. Yeah, I haven't been here. More Nomai construction. Considering how small our planet is, I'm surprised no one else found this. Or maybe they did? Oh, this is just the other side of the big canyon. I think? Yeah. Yeah, I've been here, right? Mining site 2B, exactly. Oh. That water's not very deep at all, is it? Log. That's where the ghost shells are, right? Minecraft rules. You need at least 2 blocks of water. How do people do that bucket landing thing? Very carefully. Medkits. Okay. What's that green cloud? It's ghost gas, I think it's called. Ghost stones. They call it that because if you mess with it, you'll turn into a ghost. It's very deadly. Yeah, this is the thing. Error duplicate signal. I threw a little scout into the seed. It's bigger on the inside than the outside. This is gonna be a chore to chop up, but make no mistake. Can we even remove a seed that doesn't have the decency to stay the same size all the way through? Maybe I better grab an extra axe or 3 just in case. Where's the duplicate? Good question. It's in the bramble. I guess I could go try to find it, although the sun's about to explode. Wait. Oh, the other one's on the planet. Oh, that's the... I'll bring a knife if needed. Like a glove. Hopefully the sun can't get me in here. Huh. Is this one dead or alive? Yeah. There's trees. The sound still reaches in there at least, yeah. supernova is more powerful than the plant dimension. There's a campfire even. Okay. So that tells me how to navigate through the bramble patch. Well, let's go try that again, shall we? And then we'll probably call it because I'm already late. I'm tardy. I'm tardy. For a very important party. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm tardy, tardy, tardy. Yeah, because we can hear a signal coming from in here. Yeah, there's trees in there. I didn't realize that before. Okay, so that's where the one guy is. Sorry about the exhaust, guy. Yeah, the harmonica guy. I was like, there's someone alive on Dark Bramble. We can hear him. Oh, and the distress beacon is coming from Dark Bramble. I see. Uh-oh. 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 The autopilot almost got me. Okay. And if you missed, we had a previous stream where we went up in here, and those other lights, they're like living anglerfish, and they're big enough to swallow the whole ship. It's just a little Lovecraftian. My God, it's full of stars. Yeah, so it's like, I was wondering, it's like, are we gonna get something to fight these? Or to incapacitate them? And it's like, no, we're gonna get something that helps us to determine which ones are real and which ones are not. Ouch. Do 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 do. Is it even possible to land in this thing? No, but I guess there's no gravity, so... What up, fucker? What are you doing in here?
Whoa! Where'd you come from? No one's come here in, well, ever, actually. That makes you the second Hearthian to ever reach Dark Bramble. After me, of course. Well done! Say, it's you! They made you an astronaut? You haven't blown yourself up yet, have you? Feldspar, you're alive! Have you been in Dark Bramble this whole time? We all thought you were dead for sure. What? Me? Killed off by thorny extra-dimensional plants that entirely violate the laws of space-time, and a couple of giant predatory fish with big gaping maws and enormous sharp fangs? Not in this lifetime, little buddy. I set up camp here when my ship got stuck in the Dark Bramble. Been living off the land ever since. What exactly happened to your ship? Oh, this is a good story. I just finished exploring the core of Giant's Deep. They needed a new challenge. None of us had ever been inside Dark Bramble, so I think, hey, let's give it a try. I've been cruising around for a while, dodging the odd massive interdimensional vine bristling with thorns, when I run into this huge anglerfish, biggest I've ever seen. I pulled a few stunts, try to shake things off, nothing too fancy. I'm going full speed when the fish clips me, knocks me into a vine, and... well, like I said, crash, blammo. On impact, my ship starts making noises like it's coming apart from the inside, and I think, well, that ain't great. Sure enough, I barely get out of there before the electrical system starts sparking like crazy. It's either move fast or die unpleasantly, so I had to put a little distance between me and my poor friend's fried ship. I camped out near where I crashed at first. I found this skeleton later. Great find. Would have been stupid not to use it. So I moved my setup over here and planted my emergency tree seeds. Been here ever since. Wow. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, how's it been, hatchling? Story's over, but feel free to stay and enjoy the fire. Or don't. Fire's not going anywhere. How'd you do it? Well, that's a wild one. But since you're asking, I gotta assume you haven't made it down there yourself, right? If I tell you how, it's kinda like cheating. I kinda got important things to do. On a completely unrelated note, there sure was a big hollow vine my ship crashed into. Yep. If I were you, I'd go take a walk and see where it ends. You want to go to the tail end of the anglerfish skeleton and look for the flickering light in the fog. That'll be my old ship. What happened to this anglerfish? It's like this when I got here. Near as I can tell, this anglerfish must have been chewing on vines and eating a seed, and then the seed grew and grew in the poor fish's stomach until this happened. Gross, huh? Skeleton was a good find. Keeps the fish away. See, they're territorial, so they mostly avoid each other. That's why I set up camp here. Shouldn't I tell ground control to come get you? Well, Yeah, sure, whenever you have time. Frankly, I kinda like it out here. Quiet, peaceful-ish. You're a little too young to understand, but it's a lot of pressure, being the best that ever was. Been nice to have a break. Oh. Oh, snap. I assume that's his ship, the blue thing. You got a much simpler ship than me. How you get inside this thing? Ouch! Just slap some flex tape on it. I wonder what's inside the vine. On an unrelated note, what kind of game is the Outer Wilds? It's a Groundhog's Day like in space. The sun is gonna go supernova in 20 minutes, and when it does, you reset everything. What the heck? Why is there gravity suddenly? Also, what am I in Bramblecore? "22 kilometers away?" We're looking for a solution to stop it, yeah. Huh. Trip 4. Entry number, I'm going to say not 1. Crashes, 3. Boring crashes, 0. A personal best. Whoa! Never thought I'd see one of these beasties outside of Giant's Deep. They are awfully useful back there. Maybe a jellyfish could be useful here too. Black! The thing tastes terrible. The outside is all rubbery and tough. Maybe that's because it insulates the jellyfish insides from getting zapped by electricity? Right now, I'm going inside the jellyfish's interior cavity to see if what's in there tastes any better. Okay, so I am still on Dark Bramble. I'm just somewhere in a weird part of the core. Huh. Note to Feldspar. Do not eat this even if you were dying. It would be too sad if this were the last thing you ever ate in this life.
I guess these jellyfishes are only useful for insulating from electricity. Again, do not eat. Why would I need to insulate from electricity? I mean, I just got zapped from his ship. Maybe Feldsabar would find that useful. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm outside again. I don't know if I have enough oxygen to do this, without my ship. 3 minutes? Guess we'll find out. It was this one, I believe, the one up top. Just don't run into the spikes. They will pop your suit. The inside is static if you start remembering it. Oh, and I guess I could always find the harmonica. I'm going way too fast. No! I always get all turned around. There we go. I found something. Found a frozen jellyfish near your ship. The old thing is still there. That's when I first camped out after the crash, you know. It was pretty cozy inside. Does lack the structural integrity and indomitable spirit of a camp made in a shelter and the very bones of the species that tried to eat you, I suppose. Still very cozy. There's a dark bramble seed on Timberhearth. That's bad business, hatchling. As Chet will tell you, if you so much as glance at Dark Bramble's direction, there used to be a fifth planet where the bramble is now. This infernal plant appeared in the center and kept growing and growing and growing until it shattered the planet and scatters its pieces across space. If we don't get that seed you found real quick like, I suspect Timberhearth will be heading towards the same fate. And I tell you what, we Hearthians have overcome far too much to be done in by a worthless seed. Unidentified signal nearby. Okay. Does that mean following this will lead me outside? So one of the things I never figured out was how to get out of here once you're in. Oh, that's the same one. Oh, it just leads back around. That's weird. That's the neat part. You don't. Yeah, so once you get in here, you just can't get out. At least with the ship. Do not take the ship into Bramblewood. Worst mistake of my life. Fly directly away from the fish skeleton. The distress beacon isn't Feldspar's ship, yeah. Weird. Yeah, I mean, the time loop's gonna reset it anyway. So that entrance can't have vanished. We're in a weird, like, 4-dimensional spot, so it might have. Maybe I can get in with the ship. Yeah, I guess it's just not big enough. Before I do this, I should refill my fuel, because I will not be getting more. It works well enough, yeah, unless I want to go somewhere else. Okay. Ouch. Have we gone back to say hi to Grabro? Is that the guy on Giant's Deep? Okay, let's try this and see if we can find the distress beacon. Gotta watch out for the red one. He biggin'. What are your thoughts on point and click adventures? They seem pretty cool. The fuck is that? Damn. The music means we're at our time, folks. You might need the ship. I mean, I'm gonna die here in like 10 seconds anyway. Huh. Yep, the sun's going supernova outside of the plant. Where'd the distress beacon go? Oh, did it stop because the supernova's here? Emergency scout recall activated. Huh. Just go say hi to a fish. Okay, now I'm too curious. I'm hungry and I'm tired and it's past midnight, but I'm too curious. Curiouser and curiouser. And yeah, that's every time loop you restart back on the planet. The first time you had to go get the launch codes, but once you know them, you just know them. Where's Dark Bramble? There it is. Let's go around the sun a little bit. Still haven't figured out how to land on that thing around the sun. It's so fucking close and it's moving so fast. It's crazy. Okay. Autopilot, take me to Dark Bramble. It's possible, but difficult. I feel like I'm pretty good at flying stuff, but I cannot for the life of me figure it out. Okay. So we're gonna park this outside. Back, let's go ahead. Land on the bramble. Lamble on the bramble. Okay. You're not gonna take the ship? No, because once you go in here, you can't get out with the ship. Okay. I'm just going it in alone. Okay. I appreciate your confidence that you'll have time to do anything if you get out. I suppose. Okay, in here. It's dangerous to go alone. I guess it is a distress beacon. I was like, why does it sound like the Silent Hill siren? Adds to the dread of this place. I don't play games for dread. Well, there it is. Where the last aliens crashed. Ooh. Huh. I guess they bleed red. Oh no, that's something else. Here we go. Ouch. Ugh. Ugh. Match velocity, there we go. Our escape pod crashed as we tried to flee this place, destroying our movement and communications in the process. We've held out as long as we could here, but this pod's supply of breathable air is nearly depleted and the anglerfish attack more and more frequently. Our best chance at survival is to return to the vessel to either repair the damage or, more probable, await rescue. Sekka, is the message finished? The vessel's beacon is already growing fainter. It'll be gone in a matter of hours. We need to leave here quickly. Yeah, we found these on the other habitable planets. Ugh. Mortally injured. Now launching escape pod 3. Multiple collisions have altered trajectory. Navigation error, life support error, propulsion error. Gravity not detected. Breathable air not detected. Multiple life forms detected. Potentially hostile. Do not exit the pod. Emergency escape hatch. I'm about to run out of oxygen. What the heck is this? Oh. Oh, they just suffocated out here. As I'm going to. It just lands back. Lands behind me. Yep. There's only one way out of this. Wait, this isn't a fish? I guess I did need my ship. He gets to breathe in. The sun is going to go supernova. Yeah, the observatory has an exhibit about that. Glossed over some of the finer details. Astrophysics is Hornsfeld domain. I'm here for rocket science and marshmallows. Oh. I ain't got time for that. Well, yeah, duh. It's... It reminds me of, if you've never seen Detective Heart of America. The one guy gets, at the first thing, he's like, I've been put on a space elevator. He's like, what? He's like, I can see the Earth from here. He's like, well, yeah, I can see the Earth from here, too. It's pretty much everywhere. It's kind of fucking hard to miss it, buddy. What's your point?
big whoop, you want to fight about it. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it from there. Reset loop and go to the main menu. It's getting a bit too late. I gotta wake up a little bit early.
Going to my parents, get to visit there. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, chat. You know, I've been joking that I'm bald because, like, you know, the top is kind of bald, but look at all this hair. Look at all this hair ruining my bald reputation. Soon, no longer. Soon I will be Hardleg once again. My full power level unlocked. And also, I get to, I'll be hanging out with my friends afterwards, and we'll be playing some more, Magic the Gathering. Which, I guess, real quick, for the few people who are here who both stayed past the Yu-Gi-Oh!, but also do like, Magic the Gathering, I got a new deck. If you've been following my thing, I've been doing my mission. I've been doing what's called the 32 deck challenge. This is the wrong one. I need window capture 2, I think. There we go. The Mind Skinner, yeah. I call this deck Millhouse, featuring Principal Skinner. Because the commander is the Mind Skinner, which is a mill card. It's got really high attack for how much mana it costs. 10 attack for 3 blue is very high. But his effect is, if a source you control would deal damage, prevent that damage, and instead, each opponent mills that many. So he doesn't deal 10 damage, he deals 10 mill. I remembered from last time you showed it. Ah, okay. I couldn't remember the last time if I had showed much of this on stream or not. But it's finally done. I got it printed out. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. With the previous decks I made, it was easy. They have like the ability to do like a play test. Where you can like, oh, you know, turn 1, I do 1 and I pass. And turn 2, I do another land and I do this. And then I draw a card, yada yada. But it's really hard to figure out exactly how a mill deck can do, because it really depends on what the opponent does. Printed, like you proxied it, yeah. If you're unfamiliar with my journey, it's, I started getting into Magic specifically because, well, I had friends who were always into it, and I couldn't get them into Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Alestrals. They were all about playing Magic. And then they got really into it because my one friend works at the UPS store and has access to, like, a professional level printer, and he can just for free print out proxies on cardstock. And so ever since then they're like, well, we could just print whatever we want, and we've got a friend group that's just like, yeah, proxies don't matter, who cares, we don't care. And so it's just like, oh yeah, when you don't have to worry about price, when you could just literally build whatever you want and print it out, then the deck is really, or then the game is really affordable, and it's really fun to play. And I've decided I'm going to do what's called the 32 deck challenge, where if you're unfamiliar with Commander, you pick one card to be your commander, and depending on what colors it has in its type, those are the only colors you can play. There's 5 colors in Magic, or 6, I guess, because colorless. If you don't have to spend money, it's affordable. You do still have to spend money because we have to put them in sleeves and buy deck boxes and stuff. But it's significantly cheaper. I spent like $100 for what's going to be like 8 decks. And yeah, so I'm just going through, I want to try every combination. I'm starting with all the pure colors. I've made a white, blue now, green, and colorless deck. And once I get red and black, then I'm going to start working on the 2 colors. Now I'm going to do blue-red, and then blue-white, and then blue-black, and then all the 3 colors. Print out the One Ring. I already have printout. I have several copies of the One Ring. Doing something totally off-color, like mono-red ramp or something. Yeah, I've been experimenting with different stuff. If you haven't been watching my journey, my first one was a white deck that was just like gain a whole bunch of life and then do silly things that you do with life gain. I've got this guy who's the Winged Dragon of Ra, but in Magic, where you swap your life amount with its attack power. Then I made the Carmander deck that I made a video about, where I summon Car. That's the colorless one. My green deck was the very competitive one, where it's like meant to turbo this out and then like kill you on turn 5. And then we're on this one, which I decided would be more like my original white deck, like a kind of mid-tier low aggro deck. The big thing that's fun for me about Commander that a lot of people don't like is like the politicking angle. I'm usually not into that, but it's an interesting dynamic where, because you're at a table of 4 people, if you make yourself a threat, everyone will team up on you and kill you. So you've got to kind of like build your game plan without making it seem like you're doing something too threatening. Are the commanders playable as monsters? Can you summon it and attack? Yeah. Basically, the commander is your 1-card extra deck, is the way to think about it. You can summon your commander at any point. You gotta make one of your decks a Will of the Council deck. I have it in the Carmander deck. What happens when they're destroyed? There's a special zone called the Command Zone, and they go back there. Although I believe there's like a rule where they're like, if you want it to go to the graveyard because you're a graveyard deck, you can choose to have it go there instead. Or if you want it banished, you can. But at any point as a free action, if it's like destroyed, you can just return it to the Command Zone. And then basically the rule is every time it's destroyed or goes back to the Command Zone, then if you summon it, it costs 2 extra mana. And they just keep adding 2 mana on. So you can't just summon this infinitely. There's like increasing costs for it. The effect is something like that. I mean, I don't want to read a whole other thing. But yeah, so you have access to your commander, and then it also limits what you can build. Like, because he's got blue pips up here, I'm only allowed to play monsters that also have blue. Or I can play colorless, the ones that don't have any color at all. It gets people... Oh yeah, the voting ones. And so in the case of this, like, there are mill decks. Like, what's the big example? What's his name? If you wanted to make like a competitive mill deck, you play this guy as your commander. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill twice that many. So you get him out and everything doubles, and then you just play a bunch of ramp and you play shit like, where's it at? It's like a sorcery, right? Yeah, Maddening Cacophony. It's pay 2, your opponent mills 8 cards. And then they've got Kicker, which is like, or you can pay 2 plus another 4. And then each opponent mills half their deck, rounded up. So if you make them mill half of your deck, and then make it so anytime they mill double the amount, then they've milled their entire deck. Natasha's hideous laughter. They mill cards from the top of their deck until they have exiled cards with a mana value of 20 or more. Yeah, that one doesn't really work with it. What's the other one? River Churn Monument, which is mill equal to the number of cards in their library. Or, I'm sorry, mill equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. So you mill half their deck, and then you activate this, and because half of their deck is in the graveyard, they mill the other half. Sounds infuriating, milling half of the deck. Yeah. And so that's the thing, though, right? Like, if I were to play this as a competitive deck and made this guy my commander, what would happen is I would summon this guy, and if anyone had any removal or any way to negate his effect or negate his summon, they would stop that. He is like kill on sight because he can do so much damage to you at once. Competitive commander is basically who can make an FTK first. A lot of times, yeah. So the purpose of this deck, right, isn't I am still playing these, because like if it gets late in the game, it's good to have a finisher. But the idea here is to just have like cards like Jace here. He's got this effect once per turn. Every player draws a card. Hey, you like drawing cards, right? I like drawing cards too. Or I've got this guy. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. Everyone draws 2 cards. You're playing a worse version so you don't FTK them, yeah. I'm specifically not playing the FTK because I know I'll get killed. Instead, this is trying to regulate the aggro by playing a combination of, 1, these cards that, like, you know, I'm not milling you, I'm drawing you into stuff. That's good. And then cards like this, which is like, whenever a land enters, a player mills 3 cards. That's not a whole, or yeah, no, it's this one. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, your opponent mills 3. Whenever you add another permanent, which is like basically a continuous spell, a monster, anything that stays on the field, the opponent mills 1. And so the idea is, these don't generate a whole lot of aggro. These ones are worrying, but they're small enough that people are like, yeah, I can mill like 2 cards every time a card hits the graveyard. That's no big deal. I'm milling like 3 or 4 cards. You have a 100-card deck in Commander. So you can easily mill like 50 and still have half your deck. It's no big problem. And in fact, some cards want to be in the graveyard. And so the idea is, yeah, mill them a little here, draw them a whole bunch. No one wants to kill me or my stuff because then they won't get to do their extra draws. And then once, like, you know, 2 or more serious players have knocked each other out, that's when I summon this guy and, like, attack for 10. And then I can do stuff like, where's it at? Nanogene conversion. Choose a creature you control. Every other creature you control becomes a copy of it. So if I have all these cards that are just giving them draws that just are milling like 1 at a time that aren't doing a whole bunch, and then suddenly they all become copies of this thing, and they're all attacking for 10 and milling 10, I can mill them for like 50 out of nowhere. So that's the idea, is like, play it cool, just chill out, and then go for the throat when no one expects it. It'll be curious to see how it ends up working out. And yeah, one nice thing, this is a Mox field, which is really good for building decks. I kind of wish Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a thing like this. You can give all your cards, what are they called? Tags. You can do custom tags to remember, like, what's the purpose of everything there. And so I've made sure I've got 3 cards that are, you know, while this is on the field, creatures can't enter the battlefield from the graveyard or the deck. Also, players can't cast cards in the graveyard or the deck. This is essentially, what's it called? Abyss Dweller. This is Abyss Dweller if it were a continuous spell. Oh wait, what would that... Okay, this is Necro Valley. That's what this is just Necro Valley. Necro Valley for 1 mana. I use Architect because of the UI, but it's basically the same. Yeah, so I have this, I have Necro Valley. This is the same thing. Permanent cards in the graveyard can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast non-creatures from the graveyard or exile. And then this guy is just like, when this guy is summoned, banish all cards in the graveyard. Everything in the graveyard, everything in the graveyard. And the big thing about this deck, about blue in general, blue has a whole lot of searching, which is kind of rare in Magic. Like, if you're playing a white deck, there's really not a whole lot you can do to search shit. Or if it is, it's like, you can search artifacts specifically and nothing else. Blue is like the first deck I'm running into where it's like, oh, for real? You just got like Tribute Mage, Trinket Mage, Trophy Mage. Search your library for an artifact that costs 3. Search your library for an artifact that costs 1. Search your library for an artifact that costs 2. Black is the main search color. Yeah, so I've got these 3, and I made sure I had a graveyard hate for each of the searchable things. So no matter which one I get, if I don't have something like this and I need to shut down the graveyard, I have the ability to access it. And then this lets me get a spell card, a sorcery, or an instant. This lets me get an artifact, so it gets any of those. And this lets me get a sorcery or an instant. Dauntless being 3 for that is pretty nice, yeah. And yeah, I do like Fabricate can give me anything, so or any artifact, so it searches all 3 of those. And it's also a sorcery, so if I really, really need it, this and this both search Fabricate. So I have searchers for my searchers. It really is Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, then my win con are just like, pay any amount of mana, target player mills twice whatever you did, it searches for river churn, yeah. That was a lot of the difficulty in doing this, was figuring out, like, how do I make sure that I have enough tutors to get to what I need to? And I basically made it so that, like, for all 3 of these, I have, like, a graveyard hate thing, I have a ramp card that can be used to get me more mana if that's the problem, and I have something that, like, helps me mill more. Yeah, Fire Shrieker on the Mind Skinner. And a win con card. Although, this is the, like, there's this and the, I don't know why I don't have River Churn Monument. That should be in the win con, probably. I think it's in Synergy, which is just stuff that mills. And yeah, this is the Crypt Creature has double strike, so just it attacks twice. So now Mind Skinner mills 20 instead of 10. This turns everything into Mind Skinner. Shuffle all the cards from your graveyard into your deck, and then a player mills that many cards. So just in case someone else tries to mill me or I need to recycle things. And this is just another guy, if he enters the battlefield, he becomes a copy of any creature. And then when he attacks, he creates a copy of himself for every opponent that is on the field, but just for the battle phase. He's like made for Commander. Like, he attacks, and if you're in a 4-player thing, he makes 3 other copies. Or I'm sorry, 2 other copies attacking the other 2 players. And because Mind Skinner is like, if it deals damage, everybody mills, then like, yeah, this guy just makes you mill like 40. He's pretty neat. Do I have anything else? Yeah, and then I just have stuff to like, don't attack me. Don't attack me. I have protection to try to stop this guy from dying. I have a couple nuke cards. I have some removal cards. What's the next color you're making? Black. I do like the flavor of this. Misleading signpost. It's an artifact, so it stays on the field, but it has flash, which means basically it's a hand trap. You can cast it from your hand at any point. When this enters the battlefield during the attack declaration, you can reselect which player or permanent is attacking. So I like the idea, like, sign comes in, like, you want to go that away, and then just redirect the attack to another player. And then once it's on the field, I can just tap it for mana. I feel like I would focus you from these exclamations. I don't know what you mean by that. It comes up less than you think, but it's hilarious. Yeah, I'm mostly playing it because it's a 3-drop that can, like, it's an artifact that I can search for 3 that adds mana. And then if the effect happens, that's even funnier. And yeah, the next one I'm working on, if they figure out what you're up to, they'll just, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is the other ones might be a bigger problem as well. Oh, I feel like oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. I mean, the thing you've got to remember, too, though, is that, like, everyone's deck is secretly trying to kill you. Or I guess not secretly, like, that's the job of the deck. They're trying to kill you. So even if they know, like, yeah, Joe is slowly milling us, but also he's slowly milling us, whereas Drew just summoned, like, 50 rats, and we need to deal with those. So it's like, if I have the ability to nuke something or negate something, I'm going to stop the 50 rats that can kill me now, versus the thing that, like, is going to mill me for 10. And yeah, this is the black deck I'm working on. I've got it down to 100 last night, but it doesn't work as well as I'd like. I really have to go back. This one's really weird. This one I really wanted to, like, because I noticed how impactful removal could be. And I was like, what if you made a deck all about removal? And I was looking through the black commanders, and I found this guy, which basically says, to put it in Yu-Gi-Oh terms, all monsters become Marshmallow. Or not Marshmallow, all monsters become Spirit Reaper. That is to say, if you target them with something, they just fucking explode. They just die. Whenever a creature becomes a target of a spell or ability, destroy that creature. And so, one, this is kind of a floodgate if they need to target their creatures or they're playing, like, equipment, equip cards or whatever, then this is just like a death knell. They can't do anything. But also I'm playing stuff like, Squeeze Toy. It's a one drop artifact that just says you can tap it to prevent 1 damage to any creature. And this is a bad example because it doesn't say target, but it's been ruled that this targets. The targeting effect is barely useful. It doesn't do, like, preventing 1 damage is like, it tiddlywinks. But if I get this out with my commander, it's just, every turn I can tap this to kill something. Or here's one. Target a permanent, it becomes an artifact. How useful is that? Not really. Unless you've got your commander out, and then this becomes Offerings to the Doomed. Makes the deck too commander-centric. Yeah, that's the big thing. This guy is like, if as soon as he comes out, everyone rolls their eyes and they're like, okay, we need to take care of this thing. And the unfortunate thing about it is that his effect is reciprocal, right? So if they have anything that targets and they target him, it will destroy him as well. Like any target, like they could return it to the hand, target it to lower something, outer wide. Oh, sorry, we just got finished. We were about to end and then we started talking about Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I also can't target with him with anything to protect him. Yeah, you can watch the VOD, you'll see the Outer Wilds. I guess I should switch us to just chatting, but we're only going to be here for another, like, 5 minutes or whatever. Yeah, the only thing I could find that's protection is this guy that says, whenever you play a spell, your creatures can't be targeted for the rest of this turn. You were playing more Commander too, right? Yeah, I was going through my Commander deck. So that's the thing. I need to find some way to, like, protect this guy, but in looking through all the things, there's not a whole lot of ways to, like, give someone hexproof without targeting them. To make something indestructible without targeting it. So this may end up being a very silly thing that does not work at all, but I really wanted to try to make it work. The Cauldron of Souls. Choose any number of targets. Any number of targets? Mono black is notorious for needing to be all in. Gotcha. And I do like this guy. This is like one of the highest mana things I've got. And he's got a neat effect that works even outside of this deck, but in this deck he becomes super funny. Which is, pay 1 mana, reveal this in your hand, put a prey counter on a target creature. You can only activate this during your turn. This is not once per turn, though. So I could pay 3 and then just like, and you get a prey counter, you get a prey counter, you get a prey counter. And then his effect is, when you summon him, you destroy all the creatures that have prey counters on them. So like he marks them for death, and then when he comes down, they all just explode. But of course, if you have your commander out, that makes it so that when something's targeted, it dies, then this becomes this annoying, like, you know, all these other ones, they're on the field. You can destroy them. But he can just be like, and your monster is targeted, and I'm going to target you, and I'm going to target you as well. I can just keep doing it every turn. Multiple times per turn, even. But yeah, I either need some kind of protection, or I need more cards like this. Where it's like, put a soul counter on this. You can tap it to put your commander into your hand from the command zone. Then you lose 3 life for each soul counter. Because that's how you get around, like, your commander, even though they're in, like, the extra deck. If you add them to your hand, then you summon them as a regular monster and you don't pay the extra cost. The second you have both your commander and prey counter, man, everyone just murders you, right? Yeah. They try to. The big thing is going to be, will they be able to murder me when they can't keep a monster on the field? They do make commander-specific cards. Yeah, they started that fairly recently. There's a lot of people who don't like Commander now, specifically because they started making cards for Commander. When previously it was like a goofy format meant to be played with the bulk you had. You know, it's a 100 cards deck, everything has to be a one of. And so the idea was you're putting a bunch of jank together and making this. And then they started making decks that work with Commander. And then they've made Commander-specific cards so broken they had to ban them in Commander. And yeah, I play... Command Beacon is one of those cards that's just like... I think every deck I've ever made and every deck my friends have ever made have had Command Beacon. It's just like a staple. It's just sacrifice this, put your commander into your hand. It doesn't come up a whole lot, but especially if your commander keeps getting killed over and over again, this just means you can cast it for the regular amount. I've also got, funnily enough, I've got this land that doesn't tap for mana. It just taps to target a creature. It does what Squeeze Toy does. Like, that's weird. But, like, at the same time, one of the big problems I could see, right, is that, like, if they do something that destroys all artifacts or wipes the board, then it's like, shit, all my targeting stuff is gone. But unless they have land destruction, they can't get rid of this. Your commanders were the Elder Dragon creatures. Yeah, that's what, EDH, the original name for commander, was Elder Dragon Highlander. Because that was, it had to be a legendary creature. That's the thing about commanders, is that only legendaries can be commanders. Not any creature can be a commander. If I wanted to, like this Walking Ballista, it's an artifact creature, it can't be a commander. It's a human knight. It's a vampire. It's an artifact mer. It's a rogue. It's a rogue. It's a rogue. It's a spirit. Do I have any other legendary? Yeah, she's a legendary, so she could be a commander. Can you bring up the Elder Dragons? They just suck, right? Have to be over here, right? The Elder Dragon War. Yeah, I don't know if they have to have some other kind of name. I can't search them properly. Maybe on Scryfall. No, the Elder Dragon War is the only thing that comes up. Oh, they're type elders. Yeah, like this fucker, who's got all the colors. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this unless you pay a green, a white, and a blue. Every untapped creature you control gets 2 defense as long as it doesn't attack. Pay 1 and this gets 1 defense. Awful. Just awful. It costs like a million things of all these different colors to get a 7/7 with flying that has restrictions on it and can only increase its defense. Arcades, the strategist, takes 3 colors again. Whenever a creature with Defender enters the battlefield, draw a card. Each creature you control with Defender assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power and can attack as if it... Oh, okay. Yeah, if you don't know, a Defender is a monster that normally has 0 attack and cannot attack. They can only defend. And they usually give them a really big booty because of it. So this is just like Super Heavy Samurai. Swap the attack and defense. Chromium. Rampage 2. It doesn't have the text. I don't know what Rampage does. During your upkeep, pay this or bury it. There's a 0-30 wall. Yeah, the walls of bossing say. Yeah. It's an 8. It's an artifact. This I almost made this instead of the Carmander. I was like, my commander is wall. Wait, other permanents I control have indestructible. Throw that in here. Hold up. If I summon the wall, then none of my stuff. Oh, only defenders? No, it's just other permanents you control. Yeah, if I summon the wall, then they won't be able to target my guy. Granted, it's 8 fucking mana. I don't know how I'm gonna get that out. Be wary of the Fire Nation drill. Oh, you use it as a defender-only deck. Yeah, 30 defense is huge. Then they just target the wall instead. Oh, they're permanents. Fuck. Yeah, you right. Shit. Fuck, shit, fuck. You protect the wall. And that's the problem with this deck. I can't protect anything. Because I can't target stuff. Saves it once. Yeah, maybe. And this deck isn't going to be great no matter what I do, I feel like. I need more draw power. I put too much into ramp. It is really weird. It feels like the black cards, that a lot of them use a shit ton of mana. A shit ton of black mana specifically, compared to everything else. It feels like I really like the power curve for black. It like starts at 4 and goes higher. Make a copy of the wall and then they protect themselves. But yeah, so originally these were like the legendary creatures. I forget what the reasoning was for like why they sucked. Because originally there was like a legend rule that like you could only have one legendary creature like on the field. So if someone summoned another one, it would kill the new one. Darksteel Forge. Yeah, that was it. Like if once you got these on the field, your opponent couldn't summon any other legendaries. So in order to make up for the fact that like they locked your opponent out of their monsters, these had to be kind of ass. They also didn't understand game design, apparently. Isn't there a mirror effect? Yeah. Well, these days it's the legendary rule is that you cannot have 2 copies of the same legendary on the field. Your opponent could have a copy of this and you could have a copy of this, but you're not allowed to have 2. But then, like, in the case of this, they did stuff like, what was it? This guy. Choose a target creature. Every other creature becomes a copy of that creature until the end of the turn. Also, they aren't legendary anymore. It just makes them not legendary so that you can work around that. Same thing with the Autoton Soldier. You can have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except it isn't legendary, and it's an artifact. Okay, sorry, Kale, what was his Darksteel Forge? Artifacts you control are indestructible. Yeah, that's a lot to ask, Kale. 9 to protect the wall, and then the wall protects everything. And I don't really have an easy way to search or summon either of these. With Universes Beyond, they're running into the problem with too many creatures. Mycothian Lattice. All permanents are artifacts. All cards that aren't on the battlefield and permanents are colorless. They may spend mana as if it were mana of any color. Yeah, it's fine. Just get these. I mean, I do have like 6 tutor cards that let me tutor for anything. But being able to have that much is crazy. 22 mana, 3-card combo. It's just a little silly. Just have infinite mana. We're not playing that. That'd be too high. Anyway, we've been yapping way too long. I didn't mean to go that long. I just wanted to be like, hey, I'm making my Millhouse deck. Here's a funny pun. I'm gonna get going for now. I'll be back on Thursday. We'll be playing more more DDDs. I might be doing the Let's Learn after that. We'll see. For now, we're going to go raid someone. Go be nice. Have fun. Until next time, chat, good luck. And have fun.